Get up and go. Don't say anything to your husband. He married you for your inheritance, and tonight he'll act." The wine glass trembled in Amara Bennett's hand as she stared at the glowing screen of her phone, the words burning into her vision like a brand, each letter carving itself into her consciousness with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, and she had to read them 3 times before her brain could process what her eyes were seeing, before she could understand that the message sitting innocuously on her screen at exactly 8:47 on a Wednesday evening was about to shatter every assumption she'd built her life upon for the past 2.5 years. Across the white linen tablecloth at Bellissimo Restaurant, where the candles flickered in their crystal holders and the soft murmur of wealthy patrons filled the air with the sound of satisfied privilege, Dylan Whitmore was cutting into his steak with the kind of practiced precision that she'd once found charming, his platinum blonde hair catching the warm light in a way that made him look like he'd stepped out of a magazine advertisement for the kind of life people aspired to but rarely achieved. And his perfect white teeth flashed in that smile that had first captured her attention at a medical technology conference 2.5 years ago, when she'd been drowning in grief and loneliness and desperate for someone, anyone, to make her feel like the world hadn't ended when her parents' private plane had gone down over the Atlantic Ocean on their way to a business meeting in London. The message on her phone screen seemed to pulse with its own malevolent energy, demanding to be acknowledged, refusing to be ignored, and Amara's heart hammered against her ribs with such force that she was certain Dylan could hear it across the table, certain that the other diners could hear it echoing through the elegant restaurant like a drum announcing the arrival of something terrible and irrevocable. But she forced her face to remain calm, forced her breathing to stay even, forced her hands to set the phone face down on the tablecloth with a steadiness that felt like the greatest performance of her entire life. The sender was a number she hadn't heard from in 3 years, a number that belonged to her brother Terrence, the same brother who had walked out of her life after their parents' funeral when the lawyers had read the will and he'd discovered that their mother and father had left everything to Amara, the daughter who'd been working alongside them in the business while Terrence had been pursuing his doctorate in philosophy at Columbia, and the fight that had followed had been brutal and final, with Terrence accusing her of caring more about money than family, of being so consumed with inheriting Bennett Tech Solutions that she'd forgotten they were supposed to be mourning their parents, not counting their assets. And she'd screamed back that he had no right to judge her, no right to question how she processed grief when he'd been hundreds of miles away living his academic dream, while she'd been the one holding their parents' hands through every late night at the office, every crisis, every triumph. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" Dylan asked, and his voice was smooth as expensive whiskey carrying that practiced warmth that she'd always thought was genuine concern. But now sitting here with Terrence's warning burning in her mind like a fever sounded more like a performance, each word carefully chosen and delivered with the precision of an actor who'd rehearsed his lines so many times he'd forgotten what real emotion sounded like. And she could see him watching her face with those dark eyes that she'd once found mysterious and captivating, but that now seemed to be cataloging her reactions, studying her responses, calculating his next move based on data he'd been collecting for 2.5 years. "You look pale," he continued, setting down his knife and fork with careful deliberation, and she noticed for the first time how his hands moved with a kind of calculated grace, nothing spontaneous or natural about the gesture, everything choreographed to convey concern, while his eyes remained sharp and assessing, watching her the way a predator watches prey that's sensed danger but hasn't yet decided to run. Just a work email, Amara managed, and the lie tasted like copper in her mouth, like blood from where she'd bitten the inside of her cheek to keep from gasping, to keep from crying, to keep from demanding answers to questions that were crystallizing in her mind with terrifying clarity. Questions about why her husband always seemed to know exactly what to say when she was feeling overwhelmed by business decisions, why he'd encouraged her so enthusiastically to consolidate her financial arrangements and simplify her account structure, why he'd introduced her to that distinguished lawyer who'd helped them restructure her inheritance in ways that were supposedly more tax-efficient, but that now, in the harsh light of Terrence's warning, seemed designed to give Dylan access to money that should have remained solely under her control. "Nothing urgent," she added. Her fingers, feeling numb and disconnected from her body as she set the phone down as if her hands belonged to someone else entirely. Someone who was still capable of pretending that the world hadn't just tilted sideways and dumped her into a nightmare. She was only beginning to understand. Dylan reached across the table and covered her hand with his, and the touch that had once made her feel safe and cherished now made her skin crawl with a visceral revulsion that she had to fight to conceal, had to swallow down like poison, and she could feel the warmth of his palm against her knuckles, but all she could think about was Terrence's text message and what it meant, what it implied, what it revealed about the man sitting across from her, smiling that perfect smile and saying in that perfect voice, "On our anniversary, tell whoever it is that Mrs. Amara Whitmore is off limits tonight, Mrs. Amara Whitmore." A name she'd been so proud to take, so eager to claim, because after losing her parents in that terrible accident 3 years ago, she'd felt so desperately alone, so completely untethered from everything she'd known. And Dylan had appeared in her life like some kind of guardian angel sent to fill the empty spaces in her heart and her days. And she'd been so grateful for his presence, so relieved to have someone who wanted to build a life with her, that she'd never stopped to question why a man from an old pharmaceutical family with railroad money going back generations would be so interested in a grieving woman who'd just inherited a technology company. Why he'd been so attentive and so patient and so perfectly attuned to exactly what she needed to hear at exactly the moment she needed to hear it. Her phone buzzed again. Another message from Terrence vibrating against the tablecloth like an accusation, and she felt Dylan's hand tighten imperceptibly on hers, felt his attention sharpen even though his expression remained perfectly calibrated to convey loving concern, and she knew she couldn't look at the message. Now couldn't reveal how much these texts were affecting her, couldn't give Dylan any reason to suspect that his carefully constructed facade was beginning to crumble. But in her peripheral vision she could see the words glowing on the screen. "He's been planning this for months. Get out now. Trust me." The restaurant around them continued its elegant choreography of wealth and privilege, waiters gliding between tables with the silent efficiency of well-trained dancers, other diners laughing and talking and celebrating moments that weren't poisoned by betrayal. And Amara felt like she was watching it all from behind a thick pane of glass, separated from the normal world by the terrible knowledge that was spreading through her consciousness like ink and water staining everything. It touched, transforming every memory of the past 2.5 years into something suspect and potentially false. Dylan was talking now about their weekend plans. His voice a comfortable background hum that she'd learned to find soothing during the long months after they'd met. And she nodded and smiled in all the right places, while her mind raced like an engine trying to process too much information at once, trying to reconcile the man she thought she'd married with. The possibility that Terrence's warning was true, that everything had been a lie, that Dylan had never loved her at all, but had instead been executing a plan that she was only now beginning to glimpse. 3 years ago, when her parents had died in that crash over the Atlantic, when the lawyers had sat her down in a conference room with views of the harbor and explained that she was now the sole owner of Bennett Tech Solutions, along with their real estate holdings and investment portfolios and trust funds worth more money than she could properly comprehend. Dylan had been there, had been so supportive during the legal process, had helped her understand the complex paperwork and navigate the maze of inheritance taxes and estate planning, had suggested lawyers and financial advisors who could make everything simpler, who could help her manage the overwhelming responsibility of suddenly being worth $50 million at the age of 31. Had he been planning this from the beginning? She wondered now, her stomach churning with a nausea that had nothing to do with the expensive wine she'd barely touched. Had he targeted her specifically, studied her situation, calculated her vulnerabilities, and then positioned himself perfectly to exploit them all? "I love watching you think," Dylan said, his thumb stroking across her knuckles in a gesture that she'd always interpreted as affection, but that now felt like ownership, like he was reminding her that she belonged to him, that he'd claimed her. "Your mind is always working, turning over problems, finding solutions. It's one of the things that attracted me to you from the very beginning, that brilliant mind hidden behind those beautiful eyes." Amara looked at him carefully, then really looked at him for the first time in months. Maybe for the first time since they'd met, studying his face the way she might study a business proposal that didn't quite add up, searching for the tells and inconsistencies that she'd been trained by her parents to recognize in deals that seemed too good to be true. And what she saw made her blood run cold, because now that she was looking, now that Terrence's warning had stripped away the comfortable assumptions she'd been living under, she could see the calculation behind Dylan's warm smile, could see the performance in every gesture, could recognize that the man sitting across from her was playing a role he'd perfected through practice and repetition. The expensive suit that he claimed was a gift from his mother, the watch that he said was a family heirloom passed down through 3 generations of Whitmore men, the easy confidence of someone who'd never wanted for anything, because old money provided a cushion against the uncertainties that plagued ordinary people. All of it suddenly seemed like costume pieces, props in an elaborate production designed to convince her that Dylan belonged in her world, that he was her equal, that their marriage was a partnership between people of similar backgrounds and comparable means. "Thomas," she said carefully, testing the name on her tongue, watching his reaction, and she saw something flicker in his eyes, just a microsecond of wariness before the warm concern returned, before he squeezed her hand and said, "Yes, sweetheart. What is it?" "Tell me again how your family made their money," she said, keeping her voice casual, conversational, as if she was just making dinner table talk and not interrogating him, not searching for cracks in his story, not looking for proof that Terrence's warning was justified. Dylan didn't miss a beat, launching smoothly into the story she'd heard dozens of times before about his great-grandfather building half the railroad lines between their city and Chicago, about how old families like his had most of their wealth tied up in trusts and property, so he'd always had to make his own way in the world, despite coming from money. And the words flowed out of him with the practiced ease of someone reciting a well-rehearsed script. But now that she was listening for it, now that she was paying attention to the performance rather than the content, she could hear how polished it was, how perfect, how completely lacking in the small inconsistencies and tangential details that characterized real memories of real family history. Her phone buzzed a 3rd time, and she saw Dylan's eyes flick toward it, saw his jaw tighten almost imperceptibly, and she knew she had to look, had to see what Terrence was sending her, but she also knew that if she picked up her phone now, it would signal to Dylan that something was wrong, that she was receiving information that threatened whatever plan he'd been executing, so instead she said, "Excuse me, I need to powder my nose," and stood with a grace that she didn't feel, with a steadiness that was pure performance matching his act with one of her own. Dylan started to stand as well, the perfect gentleman playing his role to the end, but she waved him down with a smile that felt like it might crack her face. "Finish your steak, darling, I'll be right back," she said, and the endearment tasted like ash in her mouth, like every sweet word she'd ever said to this man was burning up in the fire of realization that was consuming her from the inside out. In the bathroom, with its marble counters and soft lighting designed to make wealthy women feel beautiful and cared for, Amara locked herself in a stall and pulled out her phone with hands that shook so badly she almost dropped it. And the 3rd message from Terrence made her knees go weak, made her grab the wall for support, made her understand that this was real, that this wasn't paranoia or misunderstanding, but actual danger that she was in right now, tonight, at this very moment. The message was a photograph, and it showed Dylan her husband, the man she'd pledged her life to, the man she'd trusted with everything, sitting at an outdoor cafe with a blonde woman, both of them leaning over a laptop, both of them studying documents spread across the table. And there was something about their body language, something about the way they sat close together with their heads nearly touching, that spoke of intimacy and collaboration and shared purpose, and Amara knew with a certainty that went beyond logic or evidence that this woman was part of whatever Dylan was doing, that she was in on the plan, that Amara had never been the only woman in Dylan's life, just the current target in what was clearly a long-running operation. She called Terrence with fingers that could barely manage to tap his contact information, and when he answered on the first ring, his voice was tight with worry and something else. Something that sounded like guilt, like shame, like he'd been carrying this knowledge for a while and hating himself for not acting sooner. "Amara," he said, and just the sound of her name in his voice made tears spring to her eyes because she'd missed him so much. Over these 3 years of estrangement, had missed her big brother who used to protect her from bullies in elementary school and teach her how to stand up for herself and believe in her own worth. And now he was trying to protect her again, but this time from a threat so much more sophisticated and dangerous than playground meanness. "Is this real?" She whispered, her voice barely audible even to herself because she needed him to tell her, needed to hear it, confirmed. Needed to know that she wasn't losing her mind, that the terrible suspicions crystallizing in her consciousness were based on actual evidence and not just paranoid delusions born from too much stress and too little sleep. "I've been tracking him for weeks," Terrence said, and his words came out in a rush like he'd been holding them back for so long that they couldn't be contained anymore. "Amara, I hired a private investigator 6 months ago because I was worried about you, because something about Dylan never sat right with me. Even though I couldn't put my finger on what it was, and I was right to be worried, I was right to trust my instincts, because he's done this before, he's done this to other women, and what I found out is so much worse than anything I imagined." The bathroom walls seemed to close in around her, the elegant marble and soft lighting suddenly feeling like a trap, like a cage. And Amara gripped the phone so tightly that her knuckles went white, her whole body trembling with the effort of staying upright, of not collapsing right there on the expensive tile floor. "How do you know all this?" she asked, needing details, needing facts, needing something concrete to hold on to in a world that was dissolving into uncertainty and fear. "After Mom and Dad's lawyer called me 6 months ago, you remember Henderson? He was retiring and going through all the old files. He noticed some irregularities in the paperwork related to your inheritance. Signatures that didn't quite match amendments that had been filed after the original will was probated. And he was concerned enough to call me instead of you because he remembered that I'd had power of attorney for Mom and Dad's medical decisions." Terrence explained, his words coming faster now, tumbling over each other in his urgency to make her understand. "So I hired this investigator, Simone Rodriguez. She's the best in the city, and it took her 3 months to piece it all together. But what she found Amara, what she discovered about Dylan and his operation, it's going to make you sick." "Tell me," Amara demanded, because she needed to know, needed to understand what she was dealing with, needed to arm herself with information before she went back out to that table where Dylan was waiting with his perfect smile and his practiced concern. There was a woman in Seattle 2 years ago, Patricia Nguyen. She'd inherited a tech startup from her ex-husband after their divorce, and she met Dylan at a business conference, Terrence said, and Amara could hear papers rustling in the background, could picture him in his apartment surrounded by files and evidence building his case against the man who'd stolen his sister. They were married within 8 months. And by the time she realized what was happening, he'd transferred most of her assets into accounts she couldn't access. And when she tried to fight it, the documentation was so good, so thorough, so professionally executed that the courts ruled in his favor. And she lost everything. Amara, she lost her company and her savings and her house, and last I heard she was working as a manager at some small marketing firm, trying to rebuild her life from scratch. The words hit Amara like physical blows, each sentence landing with the force of a punch to the gut, and she had to brace herself against the marble counter to keep from falling, had to stare at her reflection in the mirror and remind herself that she was Amara Bennett, that she'd built a $50 million company, that she was not some helpless victim who would go down without a fight. "And there's another one," Terrence continued relentlessly, and she could hear the pain in his voice, the guilt of having to deliver this information to someone he loved. "Michelle Torres in Phoenix. She was a widow who'd inherited a chain of successful restaurants from her late husband, and Dylan followed the same pattern, the same timeline, the same careful execution, and she didn't even try to fight it legally when she figured out what he'd done. She just disappeared, changed her name, and moved to some small town in Arizona, and nobody's heard from her since. Amara stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, seeing her dark skin looking ashen under the soft lighting, seeing her usually bright eyes wide with shock and the beginnings of understanding. But underneath the fear and the betrayal, something else was building. Something hot and fierce and absolutely furious, because she was not Patricia Nguyen, and she was not Michelle Torres. She was Amara Bennett, daughter of Jacob and Diana Bennett, who'd built an empire from nothing and taught their daughter that Bennett women didn't run from fights. They strategized, and they won. "What do I do?" she asked. But even as the words left her mouth, she was already thinking through possibilities, already calculating options, already shifting from victim mindset to warrior mode, because that was what her parents had trained her to do. That was what running a successful company had taught her, and Dylan Whitmore, or whatever his real name was, had made a critical error in choosing her as his target, because he'd studied the grieving daughter, but he'd never bothered to learn about the brilliant businesswoman who'd taken her parents' company and grown it by 40% in 3 years. "Leave right now," Terrence urged, his voice urgent and afraid for her. "Don't go back to the table. Don't try to explain. Don't give him any warning. Just come to my apartment right now and we'll figure this out together. We'll get you protected. We'll stop him before he can do whatever he's planning to do tonight." She closed her eyes and let herself feel. Really? Feel the full weight of what she'd just learned. Let herself acknowledge that 3 years of what she'd thought was marriage, what she'd believed was love, what she'd trusted was partnership, had all been an elaborate lie designed to separate her from the inheritance. Her parents had died protecting, and the pain of that realization was so intense that it stole her breath so complete that it threatened to drown her. But then she opened her eyes and looked at herself in that mirror again, and she saw not the broken woman Dylan expected her to be, but the CEO who'd negotiated million-dollar contracts, who'd faced down hostile acquisition attempts, who'd rebuilt her parents' company into something even more successful than they'd imagined. And she knew what she had to do. Knew that running wasn't the answer. Knew that she needed to be smart about this, strategic about this, careful about this, because men like Dylan didn't stop unless they were stopped, didn't face consequences unless someone forced them to face consequences. "Send me your address," she said to Terrence, and her voice was stronger now, steadier, carrying the tone of command that she used in board meetings when decisions needed to be made and time was running short. When Amara walked back to the table, she was a different woman than the one who'd left 5 minutes earlier, transformed by knowledge into someone harder and sharper and infinitely more dangerous to Dylan's plans, though she made sure none of that transformation showed on her face. Made sure her expression remained appropriately pleasant, appropriately normal, appropriately unsuspicious as she slid back into her chair and picked up her wine glass with a hand that no longer trembled because she'd locked down. Her emotions had compartmentalized her fear and her rage and her grief into a box that she would open later when she was safe, when Dylan couldn't use her reactions against her. Dylan was on his phone when she returned, and he hung up quickly when he saw her approaching, his face arranging itself into an expression of apologetic concern that she now recognized as completely manufactured, completely false. Another layer of performance in the elaborate show he'd been staging for 2.5 years, and she wondered how many times he'd practiced that exact expression in front of a mirror, how many hours he'd spent perfecting the small details of his act, the slight crinkle around his eyes that suggested genuine emotion, the tiny downturn of his mouth that conveyed regret for having to take a work call during their anniversary dinner. "Work call," he said, and the apology in his voice was so smooth, so practiced, so utterly convincing that she understood for the first time why Patricia Nguyen and Michelle Torres had fallen for it, why she herself had believed every word that had ever come out of his mouth. Because Dylan was very, very good at what he did. Had honed his skills over multiple victims, had refined his technique until it was nearly perfect, nearly undetectable, And if Terrence hadn't warned her, if her brother hadn't been watching and investigating and building a case against this man, she would have walked right into whatever trap Dylan had set for tonight, without ever seeing it coming. "Sorry, baby," he added, reaching for her hand again, and she let him take it, even though the touch made her want to scream, made her want to rip her hand away and run out of the restaurant and never look back. But instead she smiled and squeezed his fingers and forced herself to play her part in this twisted performance, because she needed time, needed information, needed to understand the full scope of what she was dealing with before she made her move. "Where were we?" Dylan asked, his platinum blonde hair catching the candlelight as he leaned toward her with that intimate posture that suggested they were the only two people in the world who mattered, that their connection was special and unique and worth protecting at all costs. And she had to swallow down the bile that rose in her throat when she thought about how many other women he'd leaned toward like this, how many other targets he'd gazed at with those dark eyes full of false warmth and counterfeit devotion. "Actually," Amara said, and her voice came out perfectly calibrated, perfectly natural, carrying just the right note of apologetic regret. "I'm not feeling well. I think I might be coming down with something, maybe that flu that's been going around the office." Concern flooded Dylan's face with such perfect timing, such flawless execution, that she wanted to applaud the performance even as she hated him for it, even as she recognized that every micro-expression and verbal inflection had been carefully calculated to produce exactly this effect, to make her feel cared for and protected and valued, when in reality, he was just managing an asset, adjusting his approach to maintain control over the investment he'd made in cultivating her trust. "Oh no," he said, and his hand came up to touch her forehead, checking for fever with the solicitous attention of a devoted husband, and she had to fight not to flinch away from his fingers on her skin. "Do you want to go home? I can take care of you, make you some tea, get you settled in bed." The offer was so perfectly reasonable, so seemingly kind and caring, but Amara could hear the calculation underneath it, could recognize that Dylan wanted her home, where he could control the environment, where he could implement whatever plan he'd prepared for tonight without the unpredictability of public spaces and potential witnesses, and she knew with absolute certainty that if she got in a car with him right now, if she let him take her back to the house they shared in the suburbs, with its security system and its isolated location at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, she might not emerge with her inheritance or her independence intact. "No, she said quickly, forcing a weak smile. "You stay and finish your dinner. I'll just catch an Uber home and get some rest. No need for both of us to have our anniversary ruined by my immune system." "Are you sure?" Dylan pressed, and she could see him calculating behind his eyes, weighing whether pushing harder would seem suspicious or whether letting her go alone would disrupt his timeline. "I don't mind. I'd rather be with you than sitting here by myself." I'm sure Amara insisted, already reaching for her purse, already standing up before he could find another argument to keep her there. "I just need to sleep it off. I'll be fine by morning." She leaned down and kissed his cheek. That same cheek she'd kissed goodbye that morning, when she'd thought her biggest worry was whether to wear the blue dress or the black one to dinner, when the world had still made sense, and her marriage had still felt real. And she whispered, "I love you," into his ear, even though the words tasted like poison in her mouth, tasted like every lie she'd swallowed over 2.5 years was crawling back up her throat, demanding to be spoken one last time before she could finally let them die. "I love you too, sweetheart," Dylan said, and his hand came up to cup her face with a tenderness that would have melted her heart just hours ago, but that now made her stomach churn. "Feel better, I'll be home soon." Amara walked out of Bellissimo restaurant with her head high and her shoulders straight, channeling every ounce of her mother's grace and her father's dignity, refusing to let Dylan see any hint of the terror and rage and betrayal that were churning inside her like a hurricane. And she made it all the way to the sidewalk before her knees went weak, and she had to lean against the brick wall of the building to steady herself, to breathe, to process the fact that she'd just walked away from her husband, knowing that he was a con artist who'd married her for her money and was planning to steal everything her parents had built tonight if she didn't stop him. The cool night air hit her face like a slap, shocking her system, bringing her back to herself, and she pulled out her phone and ordered an Uber with fingers that only shook a little bit. And then she stood there on the sidewalk in her expensive anniversary dress, with her expensive jewelry that Dylan had given her for their first anniversary jewelry that had probably been paid for with money he'd already stolen from her accounts, and she let herself cry for exactly 30 seconds, let herself mourn the death of the fairy tale she'd believed in, and then she wiped her eyes and straightened her spine and became Amara Bennett again, CEO, strategist, warrior, survivor. The Uber driver kept glancing at her in the rearview mirror during the 20-minute drive to Terrence's apartment, probably wondering why an elegantly dressed black woman was crying silently in the back seat at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday night. But Amara didn't care what some stranger thought of her, didn't care about maintaining appearances or protecting her dignity, because the tears weren't from sadness, they were from rage. From the kind of pure incandescent fury that felt like acid in her veins, burning away everything soft and trusting and naive that she'd been before Terrence's text had arrived and replaced it with something harder and colder and absolutely determined to fight back. As the car wound through narrow streets lined with converted warehouses and art studios heading toward the part of town where Terrence had moved after their fight 3 years ago, away from the sanitized suburbs where she and Dylan lived their perfectly curated life, Amara thought about all the signs she'd missed, all the red flags she'd explained away, all the warnings her instincts had tried to give her that she'd ignored because she'd wanted so desperately to believe that Dylan loved her, that she'd found someone who valued her for herself, and not for the $50 million attached to her name. The way Thomas had always seemed to know exactly what to say when she was feeling overwhelmed by business decisions, offering advice that seemed helpful and supportive, but that she now realized had been designed to make her increasingly dependent on his judgment, increasingly willing to defer to his expertise, increasingly comfortable with the idea that he should have input into how she managed her inheritance, because they were partners, because they were a team, because people who loved each other shared everything, including financial control. How he'd encouraged her to simplify her financial arrangements, to consolidate accounts, to restructure trusts in ways that he claimed would save her money on taxes and management fees, but that she now understood had been about creating pathways for him to access and transfer her assets, about building legal frameworks that would make his theft appear legitimate, about laying groundwork for the moment when he would strike and take everything and leave her with nothing but debt and documentation that showed she'd authorized every transaction. The subtle way he'd isolated her from old friends claiming they were jealous of her success or didn't understand their love, or made him uncomfortable with their questions about his background, and she'd believed him because grief had made her vulnerable, because losing her parents had left her desperate for connection, because she'd wanted so badly to have someone in her corner that she'd sacrificed every other relationship that might have warned her, might have questioned him, might have seen through his performance to the predator underneath. Her phone buzzed with a text from Dylan Hope. "You're feeling better, baby. Taking care of the check now. See you at home. Love you." And the casual normalcy of it made her stomach turn, made her understand that this was Dylan's talent, this ability to maintain perfect emotional calibration even while executing complex criminal operations. This skill at compartmentalizing his real agenda from the performance of devotion he presented to his marks. And she wondered if he felt anything at all when he looked at her, or if she was just a series of numbers in his mental spreadsheet assets to be acquired and liquidated and converted into whatever offshore accounts he used to store the wealth he stole from trusting women. "This is it," the Uber driver said, pulling up to a brick building with large windows and a heavy wooden door, and Amara tipped him in cash and climbed out of the car on legs that felt disconnected from her body, like she was watching herself from a distance, like this was all happening to someone else, and she was just an observer documenting the events for some future report. Terrence was waiting for her in the lobby, and the sight of him hit her harder than she'd expected, because 3 years had changed him in ways she hadn't been prepared for, had aged him, had carved new lines around his eyes and threaded gray through his hair at the temples, and she realized with a pang of guilt that she'd been so consumed with her grief and her business and her marriage to Dylan that she'd never stopped to consider what their estrangement might be costing her brother. Never thought about how he might be carrying his own guilt and regret about the fight that had driven them apart. "Amara," he said. And then she was in his arms, and he was holding her with a fierceness that suggested he'd been afraid he might never get the chance to hug his little sister again. And for a moment, she was 16 and he was 21. And he was telling her everything would be okay after their parents had missed another school play because of work. And she let herself believe him. Let herself trust that her big brother would protect her. The way he'd always protected her would help her navigate this nightmare. The way he'd helped her navigate every crisis of her childhood. "I'm sorry," he whispered into her hair, and his voice cracked with emotion that he wasn't trying to hide or control. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there when you needed me. I'm sorry I let my pride and my jealousy drive me away. I'm sorry I abandoned you right when you'd lost Mom and Dad and needed family most." She pulled back and looked at him. Really looked at him. Seeing the guilt and shame written across his face. Seeing how much this had cost him, too. Seeing that they'd both been casualties of that terrible fight after the funeral. Both been damaged by words said in anger and grief that neither of them had really meant. "Tell me everything," she said, because she needed to know, needed to understand the full scope of what Dylan had done and what he was planning to do, needed to arm herself with every piece of information Terrence and his investigator had gathered. All of it. Everything you know. Terrence's apartment was exactly what Amara expected, a reflection of the brother she remembered from before their estrangement, with books everywhere creating towers and walls and architectural structures that defied conventional organization, with a computer setup that looked like mission control for a space program. Multiple monitors displaying what appeared to be surveillance footage and financial records and legal documents, and the kind of organized chaos that meant a brilliant mind was at work connecting dots and building cases and refusing to let injustice stand unchallenged. He made coffee while she sat on his couch, still in her anniversary dress, with her expensive jewelry catching the light from his desk lamps, and there was something surreal about the contrast between her elegant exterior and the evidence of Dylan's crimes spread across every surface of Terrence's living space, as if she existed in two worlds, simultaneously. The world where she was a successful CEO, celebrating her anniversary at an expensive restaurant, and the world where she was a mark, a target, a victim of a sophisticated con that had been running for 2.5 years. "Start from the beginning," she said, when he handed her a mug of coffee and she wrapped her fingers around the ceramic warmth, because even though the apartment wasn't cold, she couldn't stop shivering, couldn't stop her body from reacting to the adrenaline and fear and fury coursing through her system. Terrence sat across from her with his own untouched coffee and launched into an explanation that made her understand just how deep this went. Just how carefully planned Dylan's operation had been. Just how thoroughly she'd been studied and manipulated and prepared for harvest, like some kind of crop that he'd been cultivating until she was ready to be picked clean. "6 months ago, I got a call from Henderson Mom and Dad's old lawyer. You remember him?" Terrence began, and she nodded, because of course she remembered Henderson. Remembered his kind eyes and gentle voice as he'd walked her through the inheritance process, through the endless paperwork and legal complexities that had seemed overwhelming at the time, but that she'd navigated with Dylan's help, with Dylan's support, with Dylan's lawyer who'd made everything so much simpler. He was retiring and wanted to make sure all the estate paperwork was in order. Terrence continued, and when he started going through the files, systematically, really examining everything with the careful attention of someone who's closing out his practice and wants to make sure he hasn't missed anything, he noticed some irregularities. Nothing huge or obvious, just small discrepancies that didn't quite add up the way they should have. Amara leaned forward, her business instincts engaged now, her analytical mind starting to process information the way she'd been trained by her parents to process data. What kind of irregularities? Documents that had been amended after the original will was filed. Terrence explained, pulling a folder from the stack on his coffee table and opening it to reveal photocopies of legal paperwork covered in yellow highlights and handwritten notes in Henderson's precise script. Signatures that looked questionable when you compared them to the original's clauses that had been added or modified in ways that changed the control structure of your inheritance, without changing the nominal ownership. He spread the documents out on the table between them, and Amara could see what Henderson had seen, could recognize the subtle alterations that an untrained eye might miss, but that jumped out at someone who'd spent 40 years reviewing estate documents, and her hands tightened on her coffee mug as she understood that this had started even earlier than she'd thought, that Dylan hadn't just married her and then begun stealing. He'd been working on her inheritance from the very beginning, probably from before they'd even met. "Henderson was concerned enough to call me instead of you," Terrence said, and she could hear the guilt in his voice again because he remembered that our parents had mentioned I'd had power of attorney for some of their medical decisions back when they were doing their estate planning, and he thought I might be able to help investigate without alerting whoever was behind the alterations. "Dylan helped me with all that paperwork," Amara said, and the words came out flat and hollow, drained of emotion, because she'd used up all her shock and was now operating on pure analytical processing. He said his family lawyer could handle everything more efficiently than if I tried to work with multiple firms. "That family lawyer doesn't exist," Terrence said gently, and the sympathy in his eyes made something crack inside her chest. "Amara, the man you met, the one who presented himself as Dylan's trusted family attorney with his expensive suit and his fancy office and his impressive credentials, was actually a guy named Craig Brennan, who was disbarred in Nevada 5 years ago for document fraud and has been running scams with Dylan ever since." The coffee in Amara's cup rippled with the tremors running through her hands, and she set it down carefully on the table before she could spill it, before she could add the humiliation of ruining her brother's furniture to the litany of ways this evening was destroying her sense of reality. "You said there were other women she managed because she needed to hear it, needed to understand that she wasn't uniquely stupid or particularly gullible, needed to know that Dylan's operation was sophisticated enough that other intelligent, successful women had fallen for it too." Terrence nodded grimly and pulled out another folder, this one containing photographs and printed reports and what looked like transcripts of interviews. "Patricia Nguyen in Seattle," he said, laying out a professional headshot of a pretty Asian woman in her 40s with kind eyes and a warm smile. She was divorced, inherited her ex-husband's tech company through their settlement. She'd turned it into a successful startup doing artificial intelligence applications for healthcare diagnostics. "What happened to her?" Amara asked, though she already knew the answer, could already see the trajectory, because Dylan had been following a pattern, had been executing the same playbook over and over, because it worked, because women kept falling for it, because he was very, very good at identifying and exploiting vulnerability. She met Dylan, though he was using a different last name, then called himself Dylan Richardson at a business conference in Seattle 2 years ago. Terrence explained, pulling out more photographs that showed Dylan with shorter hair, but the same platinum blonde color, the same charming smile, the same practiced warmth in his eyes. They were married within 8 months, and by the time she realized what was happening, he'd transferred most of her assets into accounts she couldn't access, accounts that were technically in her name, but that had been structured in ways that required his co-signature for any withdrawals or changes. And the courts didn't help her. Amara asked, though she was starting to understand, how Dylan had insulated himself, how he'd built legal frameworks that made his theft look legitimate, how he'd created documentation that showed every transfer had been authorized. "The documentation was too good," Terrence said, and his voice was heavy with the weight of explaining systematic injustice to someone who was experiencing it firsthand. Every signature was hers. Every approval was properly witnessed. Every transaction followed legal protocols, and Dylan's lawyers convinced the court that this was a civil dispute between spouses who disagreed about financial management, not criminal fraud. And they argued that Patricia was being vindictive about the divorce, was trying to use the legal system to punish Dylan for leaving her. He left her. Amara's voice rose, despite her best efforts to stay calm. After stealing everything, he positioned himself as the victim. It's part of the pattern, Terrence confirmed. He doesn't stick around to face consequences. He gets out clean before the mark fully understands what happened, and then his lawyers paint him as the wounded party who's being persecuted by an unstable ex-wife. How much did she lose? The question came out as a whisper. Everything, Terrence said quietly. About $4.2 million, which was the entirety of her company's value, plus her personal savings and investment accounts. And by the time the legal battle was over, she'd spent another $100,000 on attorneys who couldn't recover anything because the money had been moved through so many shell corporations and offshore accounts that it was effectively untraceable. Amara closed her eyes against the image of Patricia Nguyen's life being dismantled piece by piece, against the parallel she could see so clearly to her own situation, against the understanding that if Terrence hadn't warned her, she might be in Patricia's position a year from now, bankrupt and broken and working some entry-level job, trying to rebuild from nothing. And the other woman, she asked, Michelle. Michelle Torres in Phoenix. Terrence said, laying out another photograph, this one showing a beautiful Latina woman in her 30s standing in front of what looked like a restaurant kitchen. She was a widow who'd inherited a chain of successful restaurants from her late husband, 5 locations across Arizona, doing upscale Mexican fusion cuisine, and she met Dylan using another different last name, Dylan Whitfield, that time at a charity event about 6 months after her husband died. The timeline made Amara sick. The understanding that Dylan deliberately targeted women who were grieving, who were vulnerable, who were emotionally destabilized by loss, and therefore more susceptible to manipulation, more eager for connection, more willing to trust someone who seemed to offer comfort and partnership and love. Same pattern, Terrence continued. Whirlwind romance, quick marriage, careful cultivation of trust and dependency, and then a coordinated asset transfer that happened so smoothly and professionally that by the time Michelle understood what was occurring, it was already complete. How much? $3.8 million, Terrence said. And Michelle, she didn't even try to fight it legally. When she figured out what Dylan had done, she just disappeared. Changed her name and moved to some small town in New Mexico, and the investigator I hired had a hell of a time tracking her down to confirm the pattern. Amara thought about these women, about Patricia working her way back up from nothing, and Michelle hiding in a small town trying to escape the shame and the trauma. And she felt the fury building again, burning away the shock and the grief, and leaving only determination. Only the absolute certainty that she would not be another entry in Dylan's victimization log, would not be another successful woman reduced to a cautionary tale about the dangers of trusting the wrong man. How did you find all this out? She asked, because she needed to understand the methodology, needed to know what evidence existed, needed to assess what resources she had to fight back with. Terrence leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly between his knees. After Henderson called me, after I saw those irregularities in the paperwork, I hired a private investigator best in the city. Woman named Simone Rodriguez, who specializes in financial fraud and identity theft, he explained, and there was pride in his voice when he said Simone's name. Pride and maybe something else, some other emotion that suggested his relationship with this investigator had become more than merely professional during the 6 months they'd been working together. And it took her 3 months to trace Dylan's real history. Terrence continued, because he's very good at covering his tracks, very skilled at creating false identities and backstories that hold up under casual scrutiny. But Simone is better at uncovering them, and what she found when she really started digging was that Dylan's entire existence is a lie. His name isn't even Thomas Richardson, Terrence said, and his voice was gentle, like he was trying to cushion the blow. But there was no cushioning this, no softening the impact of learning that the man she'd married, the man whose last name she carried, the man whose bed she shared and whose future she'd planned, was a complete fabrication. His real name is Dylan Whitfield, and he's originally from Hartford, Connecticut. Not from some old pharmaceutical family, but from a car salesman, father, and a retail worker, mother, and everything he's ever told you about his background, his education, his family's railroad money. All of it is fiction designed to make him seem like your social and economic equal. The revelation hit Amara like a physical blow, even though she'd already suspected as much, already understood on some level that Dylan had been lying. But hearing it confirmed, hearing the specifics, made it real in a way that suspicion hadn't made her understand that she'd been married to a stranger, that she'd never known her husband at all. Tommy Whitfield, she said, testing the name, trying to reconcile it with the man she'd been sharing her life with. Not Dylan Whitmore with the old money and the family legacy, but Tommy Whitfield from Connecticut, who started running cons in his early 20s. Terrence added, pulling out more documentation, more evidence of a criminal history that extended back years before Dylan had targeted Amara. Small stuff at first: credit card fraud and identity theft. But he got smart about it. Figured out that wealthy women were easier marks than trying to scam banks or credit card companies. And he started specializing, started developing his technique, started building a network of accomplices who could help him execute more sophisticated operations. Amara felt herself slipping into the analytical mindset she used for business problems, compartmentalizing her emotional response so she could process the tactical and strategic implications of what Terrence was telling her. And she asked the questions a CEO would ask when evaluating a threat to her company. What's his timeline? What's his network? What's his endgame? Terrence smiled despite the gravity of the situation, and she could see that he recognized what she was doing, understood that his little sister was channeling their parents' business instincts, was becoming the warrior that Jacob and Diana Bennett had trained her to be. According to Simone's research and the intercepted communications she's been monitoring, Terrence said pulling up files on his laptop and turning the screen so Amara could see email transcripts and text message threads. Dylan's timeline for you is tonight, your anniversary dinner, and his plan was to slip something into your wine. Nothing dangerous or obvious, just a mild sedative that would make you confused and compliant for a few hours. The wine glass she'd left on the table at Bellissimo Amara thought with a chill the wine she'd barely touched because Terrence's text had arrived before Dylan could execute whatever he'd been planning, and she understood that she'd escaped by minutes, maybe seconds, that if her brother hadn't warned her exactly when he did, she would have drunk that wine, and then everything would have gone exactly the way Dylan had orchestrated it. And then she prompted needing to hear the full scope, even though she was beginning to piece it together herself. Then he was going to take you to his lawyer's office, which is actually Craig Brennan's office, and there would be paperwork ready for you to sign power of attorney documents and trust restructurings and account transfers. And you would have signed them because you wouldn't have been thinking clearly, because the sedative would have made you compliant and suggestible, because Dylan would have been there telling you it was all routine anniversary, business planning, and you would have believed him the way you've believed everything else he's told you. And by morning, Amara asked, though she already knew, by morning he would have had access to everything Terrence confirmed. Your business, your real estate, your investment accounts, your trust funds. All $50 million of your inheritance, and within days, it would have been transferred through a complex network of shell corporations and offshore accounts that would make recovery nearly impossible. Nearly impossible. Amara repeated, latching onto that word, onto the implication that there was still a chance, still hope. But not completely impossible. Not if we act fast, Terrence said, and his voice carried the confidence of someone who'd been planning for this moment, who'd been building a strategy with his investigator for weeks, or maybe months. Not if we freeze everything right now tonight before Dylan realizes his timeline has been disrupted before he can implement whatever backup plan he's surely got in place for contingencies. Amara looked at her brother, really looked at him, and saw not the angry young man who'd accused her of caring more about money than family, but a protector who'd never stopped watching over his little sister, even when they weren't speaking, who'd spent 6 months and probably a significant amount of money investigating her husband, because some instinct had told him something was wrong, and she felt gratitude wash over her so intensely that fresh tears sprang to her eyes. "I need to see your investigator," she said. "I need to see all the evidence, all the documentation, everything you've got. And then I need you to help me call my lawyer, because we're going to stop this. Terrence. We're going to stop Dylan, and we're going to make sure he faces actual consequences for what he's done, not just to me, but to Patricia and Michelle and however many other women he's destroyed." But even as she said it, even as she felt the determination hardening in her chest like armor, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered that somewhere across town in that expensive restaurant where she'd left him sitting at their anniversary table, Dylan Whitmore or Whitfield or whatever his real name was would be discovering that she'd turned off her phone, that she wasn't answering his texts. That something had gone wrong with his carefully constructed plan, and predators were most dangerous when they realized their prey was escaping most vicious, when they understood they were losing control of the situation they'd spent so long orchestrating. She thought about her daughter Jada safe at the neighbor's house for the night because Amara had wanted this anniversary dinner to be romantic and adult and intimate, and she thanked whatever instinct had made her arrange that childcare. Whatever protective impulse had ensured that her 10-year-old girl would be nowhere near Dylan when he discovered that his mark had figured him out and was fighting back. "Call your lawyer," Terrence said, already reaching for his phone. "And then we're going to introduce you to Simone, and together we're going to build a case that will put Dylan Whitfield in prison for the rest of his natural life." Amara pulled out her own phone with hands that were finally steady, finally sure, and she scrolled through her contacts until she found Robert Morrison's number, the family attorney who'd worked with her parents for 15 years and had guided her through the inheritance process with patience and care, and she knew he'd be angry that she'd let Dylan's people touch her parents' estate, knew he'd be frustrated that she'd made financial decisions without consulting him first. But she also knew he'd help her now, would work through the night if necessary to protect what was left of the Bennett legacy from the predator who'd married into it with the sole intention of destroying it. And as she waited for Robert to answer his phone at 10:15 on a Wednesday night, as she listened to the ringtone and prepared to explain that her husband was a con artist who'd been planning to drug and rob her tonight, Amara felt something shift inside her, felt the last vestiges of the naive, grieving woman she'd been when she met Dylan burn away completely, replaced by someone harder and fiercer, and absolutely unwilling to be anyone's victim. And she understood that Dylan Whitfield had made a critical error in his target selection, because Amara Bennett was not Patricia Nguyen or Michelle Torres. Amara Bennett was her father's daughter and her mother's legacy, and Dylan was about to learn exactly what happened when you tried to steal from a woman who'd been raised by wolves. Robert Morrison answered on the third ring, his voice alert despite the late hour. Because good lawyers never really slept, always maintained some part of their consciousness, attuned to crisis and emergency, ready to shift into action when clients needed them most. And Amara could hear that alertness sharpening into concern as she spoke, could hear him processing the implications of what she was telling him with the rapid, analytical precision that had made him one of the most respected estate attorneys in the city. "Amara," he said, and there was something in the way he said her name that made her understand he'd suspected something was wrong, had probably felt uneasy about Dylan's involvement in her financial affairs, but hadn't wanted to overstep professional boundaries by questioning his client's choice of husband. "I need you to meet me at my office tonight right now. This cannot wait until morning, because every hour we delay gives Dylan more time to move money and destroy evidence and disappear with assets that rightfully belong to you." "I'll be there in 30 minutes, Amara promised, and she could feel the adrenaline surging through her system again, burning away the exhaustion and the emotional devastation, and leaving only sharp focus, only the clarity that came when everything was on the line, and failure meant losing everything her parents had built. Everything they'd died protecting, everything she'd spent 3 years growing and nurturing into something even more successful than they'd imagined. After she hung up, Terrence was already moving, grabbing a jacket and car keys and shoving files into a messenger bag with the efficient urgency of someone who'd been preparing for this moment, who'd run through the scenario enough times in his mind that he knew exactly what needed to happen next. Exactly what documentation they'd need, and what arguments they'd make, and what legal framework they'd have to build to trap Dylan in consequences he'd spent his entire criminal career evading. "I'm driving you," he said, and the tone of his voice made it clear this wasn't up for discussion, wasn't something she could politely decline, and Amara felt grateful for that certainty, for her brother's solid presence beside her, as they walked out of his apartment and climbed into his car, because even though she was functioning on pure determination and analytical thinking, some part of her was still reeling from the revelation that her marriage was a lie, that her husband was a stranger, that everything she'd believed about her life for 2.5 years had been carefully constructed, fiction designed to facilitate theft. The drive to Robert's downtown office building passed in a blur of streetlights and late-night traffic, and Amara found herself thinking about Jada, about her daughter, who'd tried to warn her in the way children warn adults, through innocent observations that seem random, but that carry truth. Adults are too socialized to see, and she remembered Jada asking last week why Uncle Dylan had 2 phones, why he always wanted to know about Grandma and Grandpa's company, why he seemed so interested in things that weren't really his business, and Amara had dismissed those questions as childish. Curiosity had brushed them aside without considering that her 10-year-old daughter might be seeing something she herself was missing. "I should have listened to Jada," she said aloud, breaking the silence in the car, and Terrence glanced over at her with a question in his eyes. "She tried to tell me something was wrong. She asked questions about Dylan that I ignored because I thought she was just being a kid. But she saw it, Terrence. She saw what I was too close to recognize." "Kids are good at that," Terrence replied, his voice gentle. "They haven't learned yet to ignore their instincts, haven't been taught that it's impolite to notice inconsistencies or rude to ask direct questions, so they just observe and report without the filters that adults develop to smooth over social discomfort." The law office occupied 3 floors of a downtown high-rise, and at nearly 11 p.m., only the security lights were on in the lobby, casting everything in that eerie after-hours glow that made even familiar spaces feel strange and slightly threatening. But the night security guard recognized Amara and buzzed them up without question, because she'd spent so many late nights in this building over the years working with Robert on Bennett Tech Solutions contracts and negotiations and the endless legal minutia that came with running a $50 million company. Robert was waiting for them in his office when the elevator doors opened on the 15th floor, and he looked exactly how Amara felt like someone who'd been running on adrenaline and coffee for too many hours. His usually immaculate suit rumpled and his silver hair standing up in places where he'd run his hands through it while thinking. But his eyes were sharp and focused, and already cataloging every detail of her appearance, assessing her emotional state and her capacity to handle what was coming next. "Amara," he said, crossing the reception area to take her hands in his. And the warmth of that gesture, the genuine concern in his touch, made something crack in her carefully maintained composure. "I've pulled all your files, every document related to your inheritance and your marriage, and every financial transaction that's touched your accounts in the last 3 years, and what I'm seeing is much worse than what you described on the phone." He led them to his conference room, which was already set up like some kind of war room with manila folders spread across the long table, and a laptop open to what looked like financial spreadsheets and a whiteboard covered in diagrams showing money flows and corporate structures, and Amara understood that Robert had been working on this for hours, maybe days, maybe ever, since Henderson had called him about the irregularities in her parents' estate paperwork. "How bad is it?" she asked, settling into one of the leather chairs and preparing herself for whatever Robert was about to reveal, steeling herself against the full scope of Dylan's betrayal because she needed to know everything, needed to see the complete picture before she could formulate a response, before she could build a strategy to fight back. Robert's expression was grim as he pulled out a chair for himself and gestured for Terrence to sit as well. "Bad enough that if we don't act within the next few hours, you could lose everything, and I mean everything. Amara, not just your inheritance, but your company and your property and your entire financial future, because the documentation Dylan has created is extraordinarily sophisticated, professionally executed, and designed to withstand legal scrutiny that would expose most fraud." He placed a document in front of her, and she recognized it immediately as her marriage certificate, the same certificate she'd signed in a beautiful ceremony overlooking the harbor 2 years ago when she'd been so happy, so relieved to have found someone who loved her, so grateful to be building a new family after losing her parents, and Dylan's signature was there in his neat, confident handwriting that she'd seen on birthday cards and anniversary notes and reminders stuck to the refrigerator. "This signature," Robert said, pointing to Dylan's name on the certificate, "doesn't match any of the other documents he's signed on your behalf. And I mean, it doesn't match at all. Not even close. Like it's a completely different person's handwriting, which suggests that someone else has been signing legal documents using Dylan's name and creating a paper trail that implicates you in transactions you never actually authorized." He placed another paper beside the marriage certificate, a power of attorney form that Amara remembered signing about a year ago when Dylan had convinced her it would make managing their joint finances easier when he'd explained that married couples often gave each other power of attorney, so that if one of them was traveling or unavailable, the other could handle routine financial matters, and she'd trusted him because she was his wife and he was her husband, and that's what married people did. They trusted each other. "This signature here," Robert continued, "is also different from the marriage certificate. Same name, but the handwriting is completely different. Which means either your husband has an incredibly unstable signature that changes dramatically depending on what document he's signing, or someone else has been impersonating him for the purpose of creating legal documentation that serves his criminal operation." The implications hit Amara with the force of a freight train, because if someone else had been signing Dylan's name, then every document she thought he'd reviewed and approved might actually be the work of accomplices she'd never met, people who'd been working behind the scenes to build the legal framework for stealing her inheritance while Dylan kept her distracted with his performance of being a devoted husband. Most likely the man who's been posing as his family attorney, Robert, said, answering the question before Amara could ask it. "The one who helped you restructure your estate planning about 18 months ago. The one who Dylan introduced as his trusted legal counsel from the old family firm that had been handling Whitmore affairs for generations." Craig Brennan Terrence supplied, and Robert nodded confirmation. "Every single amendment to your parents' will, every change to your trust structure, every new account that was opened in your name, all of them were handled by this phantom lawyer, Robert," explained, spreading out more documents across the table. "And all of them gave Dylan increasing access to your assets while creating legal documentation that made everything look completely legitimate and properly authorized." Amara studied the papers in front of her, seeing her signature on document after document, recognizing her handwriting and her initials and the dates. She remembered signing things that Dylan or Craig had presented to her as routine administrative necessities, and she felt sick. Understanding that every signature had been another nail in her financial coffin, another step in Dylan's plan to take everything. "Show me the bank records," she said, because she needed to see the numbers, needed to understand the full scope of what had been stolen, needed to quantify the damage so she could begin calculating how to recover it. Robert pulled out a series of bank statements and spread them across the table in chronological order, creating a timeline of theft that stretched back 18 months and showed a pattern of transfers so carefully calibrated, so precisely executed, that Amara recognized professional expertise at work, not amateur hour fraud, but the kind of operation that required planning and coordination and experience. "This is where it gets really ugly," Robert said, and his voice carried the weight of delivering bad news to someone he cared about. Over the past 18 months, there have been transfers from your primary operating accounts to a series of shell companies, small amounts at first. 5,000 here, 10,000 there. Nothing large enough to trigger the automatic fraud detection systems that banks use to catch unusual activity. Amara's business training allowed her to see the pattern, even before Robert explained it, allowed her to recognize the strategy of staying just under the threshold that would generate alerts of moving money, slowly enough that each individual transaction looked routine, but that collectively represented a massive transfer of wealth. "These companies," she said, pointing to the names on the statements, "I don't recognize any of them. I've never authorized accounts with Bennett Holdings, LLC, or Bennett Development Corporation, or Bennett Investment Trust." All legitimate-sounding names, Robert confirmed. All companies that exist only on paper, all of them controlled by your husband through a complex network of nested corporations and offshore entities that make it almost impossible to trace ownership without extensive forensic accounting. How much, Amara asked quietly, needing to know the number, needing to face the full reality of what Dylan had accomplished. How much has he stolen? Robert and Terrence exchanged a glance, and in that moment, Amara understood that the number was going to be bad, worse than she'd imagined, worse than she was prepared to hear. So far, Robert said carefully, about $2.9 million has been transferred out of your accounts through this network of shell companies, and that's just what I've been able to identify in the last few hours of reviewing your financial records. There could be more that I haven't found yet. Accounts. I don't know about transactions that happened before I started looking. $2.9 million. Nearly $3 million of her parents' money, nearly $3 million that should have been securing her future, and Jada's future, and the future of Bennett Tech Solutions stolen by a man she'd married, a man she'd trusted, a man she'd shared her bed, and her life, and her grief with. And the betrayal of it was so complete, so total, that Amara couldn't even process it as emotion anymore, could only experience it as cold, hard fact that needed to be addressed with strategy and action. But that's just the beginning. Robert continued, and his expression was grim. Based on the documentation we've found, based on the structure Dylan and his accomplices have created, the plan was much more ambitious than that. If he had succeeded tonight, if he had gotten you to sign those papers while you were impaired, he would have had access to everything. Everything meaning what exactly? Amara asked, though she was starting to understand the scope, starting to see the full picture of Dylan's endgame. Everything meaning your business, your real estate holdings, your investment portfolios, your trust funds? All of it, Robert said. We're talking about assets worth approximately $50 million that would have been transferred to Dylan's control through legal documentation that showed you authorized every transaction that demonstrated you willingly gave him power over your financial empire. $50 million, her entire inheritance. Everything her parents had spent their lives building, everything they died trying to protect. When that plane went down over the Atlantic, and Dylan had been planning to take it all to steal it legally through paperwork and signatures, and the kind of sophisticated fraud that most people never even recognized was happening until it was too late. "There's more," Terrence said quietly, pulling out another folder from his messenger bag. "Simone's research on the other women." Robert looked at Terrence with raised eyebrows. "Other women? Dylan's done this before," Amara explained, and her voice sounded hollow even to herself. "At least twice that we know of. Probably more. He targets wealthy women who are emotionally vulnerable. He marries them quickly, and then he systematically drains their assets, using the same playbook he's been using on me." She told Robert about Patricia Nguyen in Seattle and Michelle Torres in Phoenix, about the pattern of behavior that stretched back years, about the network of accomplices who helped Dylan execute his cons, and she watched Robert's expression darken as he understood that this wasn't just a case of a greedy husband trying to get his hands on his wife's money. This was an organized criminal operation that had been running successfully for years, because the victims were too ashamed or too broken to fight back effectively. "How many others are there?" Robert asked, directing his question to Terrence. Simone has identified at least 6 other potential victims besides Patricia and Michelle. Terrence replied, women who fit Dylan's target profile, wealthy widows or divorcees who met him at professional conferences or charity events, who were married quickly and then divorced shortly after, under circumstances that suggest financial exploitation. But we haven't been able to confirm all the details yet because some of them are very hard to track down. Some of them changed their names or moved to different cities or just disappeared from public view entirely. Robert was quiet for a long moment, his mind clearly working through the legal implications, calculating strategies, building a case in his head, the way he'd built hundreds of cases over his career. This changes everything, he said finally. This isn't just about protecting your assets, Amara. This is about stopping a criminal enterprise that's been destroying women's lives for years, and that means we need to involve law enforcement. We need to build a case that will hold up in criminal court, not just civil litigation. Can we do that? Amara asked because she needed to know if justice was actually possible, or if Dylan would escape consequences. The way he'd escaped consequences after Patricia and Michelle, if he'd walk away from this with millions of dollars stolen and nothing but a divorce to show for his crimes. With the evidence we have with the pattern of behavior, we can demonstrate with testimony from multiple victims. Robert's expression was fierce, determined, the look of an attorney who'd found a cause worth fighting for. Yes, we can absolutely do that, but we need to move fast. We need to freeze your assets before Dylan can move any more money. And we need to coordinate with law enforcement tonight, right now, before he realizes his timeline has been disrupted and implements whatever contingency plans he's surely got in place. He was already reaching for his phone, already pulling up contacts for judges and bank executives, already shifting into the mode of controlled urgency that characterized his approach to crisis management. "I'm going to make some calls," he said. "Judges I've worked with for 20 years who will grant emergency injunctions based on my word alone. Bank executives who owe me favors and will freeze accounts at midnight on a Wednesday if I tell them it's necessary, people who understand that sometimes the legal system needs to move faster than normal procedures allow." As Robert stepped into his private office to make those calls, as his voice became a low murmur through the door, talking about fraud and theft and emergency protective measures, Amara sat at the conference table surrounded by evidence of her husband's betrayal, and felt her brother's hand cover hers, felt Terrence's solid presence beside her, and she understood that even though she'd lost the man she thought she'd married, even though Dylan had turned out to be a lie wrapped in performance and covered with charm, she'd regained something more valuable. She'd gotten her family back. "I'm sorry," Terrence said again, and this time she squeezed his hand to stop him. "Don't apologize anymore," she said firmly. "You saved me, Terrence. You spent 6 months and probably a fortune hiring investigators and building a case when you could have just stayed away. Could have just let our estrangement continue. Could have decided that I'd made my bed and needed to lie in it. But instead, you watched over me even when we weren't speaking. And that's what family does. That's what Mom and Dad would have wanted, and I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I let money and grief come between us. I'm sorry I didn't listen when you tried to tell me that something felt wrong about Dylan." They sat together in silence for a moment. 2 siblings who'd lost their parents and then lost each other, and were now finding their way back through the wreckage of a con man's lies. And Amara thought about how her parents would have handled this situation, how Jacob Bennett would have responded to someone trying to steal from his family, how Diana Bennett would have fought back against a predator who'd infiltrated their lives, and she knew that they would have been fierce and strategic and absolutely unwilling to let Dylan Whitfield win. Robert emerged from his office 15 minutes later with the triumphant expression of someone who'd just moved mountains through sheer force of professional will. "Done," he announced. "As of approximately 10 minutes ago, Dylan Whitmore, or Whitfield, or whatever his real name is, has been locked out of every single account he had access to. Every credit card has been canceled, every automatic transfer has been stopped, and every asset that touches your inheritance has been frozen, pending a court hearing tomorrow morning, where I will present evidence of fraud and request permanent protective measures. What happens when he finds out? Amara asked, because Dylan would find out the banks were required to notify account holders when there was unusual activity, and having every account suddenly frozen would definitely qualify as unusual. He's probably finding out right now, Robert confirmed. His phone is probably ringing off the hook with automated messages and fraud alerts, and he's going to know that something has gone wrong with his plan, that you've taken action against him, that his timeline has been disrupted. As if summoned by Robert's words, Amara's phone, which she'd turned back on to coordinate with Robert's calls to the banks, began to buzz with an incoming call, and Dylan's name appeared on the screen, and she stared at it for a moment before looking up at Robert with a question in her eyes. "Don't answer it," Robert said quickly, firmly. "Anything you say to him now can and will be used against you in court, and I guarantee his lawyers are already formulating a defense strategy that will try to paint you as the aggressor, as the vindictive wife who's using her resources to punish a loving husband for some imagined slight." The phone stopped ringing, then immediately started again. Dylan's persistence demonstrating his growing desperation, his need to understand what was happening, his desire to regain control of a situation that was spiraling away from him. It rang 4 more times over the next 10 minutes, each call going unanswered, each ring vibrating against the conference table like an accusation. And then finally the call stopped and a text message appeared instead, and Amara couldn't help reading it, even though Robert warned her not to respond. "Baby, something's wrong with our accounts. The bank is saying there's been some kind of freeze. Where are you? I'm getting scared. Call me back right away." The casual manipulation of it made Amara's blood boil, the way Dylan was already positioning himself as the confused, frightened victim, already laying groundwork for whatever story he'd tell when this all came out, already performing even in a text message that he probably assumed would be read by lawyers and judges at some point. Another text came through a few seconds later. "Amara, please, I don't understand what's happening. Are you okay? I'm coming to look for you." And then a few minutes after that, "I know you're getting these messages. What's going on? This isn't like you to just disappear. I'm really worried something terrible has happened to you." "He's good," Terrence admitted grimly. Look how quickly he shifted from confused husband to concerned victim. "By tomorrow, he'll probably be calling the police to report you missing, creating a narrative where you're the unstable one and he's just trying to find his beloved wife." Robert looked up from the legal pad where he'd been scribbling notes for tomorrow's emergency hearing. "Which brings us to our next problem," he said. "We have evidence of financial fraud. We have a pattern of behavior across multiple victims. We have documentation showing that Dylan created false identities and false corporate structures. But proving criminal intent is going to be much harder than just demonstrating that money was moved without proper authorization." "What do you mean?" Amara asked, though she was starting to understand the legal complexities, starting to see the gap between what she knew Dylan had done and what she could prove in a court of law. "I mean that Dylan can claim everything he did was with your permission and knowledge, that you were a willing participant in restructuring your assets, that you signed every document voluntarily after having time to review them with your own attorney, and a jury is going to see a man who married a wealthy woman and helped her manage her finances, and then was suddenly cut off from all access to what he thought were their joint assets." "But it's my money," Amara protested. "My inheritance, my company, my assets that I brought into the marriage." "I know that, and you know that," Robert said patiently. "But Dylan's lawyers are going to paint a picture of a marriage where financial lines were blurred, where both parties contributed to building a shared future, where your superior resources gave you the power to destroy your husband when things went bad, and they're going to point to these text messages where he sounds concerned and confused and victimized as evidence that you're the aggressor in this situation." The injustice of it made Amara want to scream, the understanding that even with evidence and documentation and multiple victims, Dylan might still escape real consequences, might still walk away with millions of dollars and nothing but a divorce on his record, might still be free to target another woman, another Mark, another victim who didn't have a brother like Terrence or a lawyer like Robert or the resources to fight back. "So what do we do?" she asked, refusing to accept that Dylan would win. Refusing to believe that the legal system was so broken that professional con artists could destroy women's lives with impunity. Robert smiled, and for the first time all night she saw the shark of an attorney she'd always known him to be, the fighter who'd built his reputation on winning impossible cases and finding legal strategies that other lawyers never considered. "We set a trap," he said, "and we used Dylan's own greed and arrogance against him." The plan that Robert outlined over the next hour was elegant in its simplicity and brutal in its precision, a strategy that would give Dylan just enough rope to hang himself while creating an evidence trail so comprehensive and damning that no jury would be able to ignore it, no judge would be able to dismiss it, no defense attorney would be able to explain it away as anything other than premeditated criminal fraud. "Dylan doesn't know how much we know," Robert explained, spreading a fresh legal pad in front of him and beginning to sketch out the tactical framework. "He knows his accounts are frozen and he knows you've taken some kind of action against him, but he doesn't know about Simone's investigation. He doesn't know we've connected him to Patricia and Michelle. He doesn't know we've identified his accomplices, and he doesn't know we've been monitoring his communications. So we let him think the freeze is just a temporary overreaction," Terrence added, catching on to Robert's strategy. "We let him think Amara got spooked by something, maybe got suspicious about some of the money transfers, but that she doesn't have the full picture yet." "Exactly," Robert confirmed. "Amara, I need you to call Dylan tomorrow morning after you've had time to process everything we've discussed tonight, after you've gotten some sleep, and can approach this with a clear head, and I need you to tell him that you discovered the money transfers, and you panicked that you froze the accounts temporarily because you were scared and confused, but that you're willing to work things out if he can explain everything." The thought of calling Dylan, of hearing his voice again, of pretending to still believe in him even after everything she'd learned tonight made Amara feel physically ill. But she could see the logic of Robert's strategy, could understand that giving Dylan false hope would make him careless, would make him take risks he wouldn't take if he thought he was already exposed. "You want him to think he still has a chance?" she said, slowly working through the implications. "You want him to believe he can salvage the situation, talk his way back into my good graces, convince me that this was all a misunderstanding." "I want him to make mistakes," Robert corrected. Right now, Dylan is probably running through his contingency plans, deciding whether to cut his losses and run or whether to try to salvage the operation, and if he thinks he can salvage it, if he believes there's still a possibility of getting access to your assets, he's going to contact his partners. He's going to try to move money that's already been stolen. He's going to take actions that we can document and use against him in criminal proceedings. And Simone will be recording everything Terrence added. Every phone call, every text message, every meeting with Craig Brennan or Angela Morrison or whoever else is part of his network, all of it documented and time-stamped and admissible as evidence. Angela Morrison. Amara thought that must be the blonde woman in the photograph Terrence had sent her at the restaurant, the one who was leaning over documents with Dylan in what was clearly a planning session for tonight's operation, and she wondered how many other people were involved in this conspiracy, how many accomplices Dylan had recruited over the years to help him execute his cons. "Who is Angela Morrison?" she asked, needing to understand the full scope of Dylan's network. "Financial advisor who's wanted in 4 states for investment fraud," Terrence replied, pulling up a file on his laptop and turning it so Amara could see the photograph and biographical information that Simone had compiled. "She specializes in creating complex shell corporations and offshore account structures that make money almost impossible to trace, and she's been working with Dylan for at least 3 years, that we can confirm probably longer." The woman in the photograph looked elegant and professional, exactly the kind of person you'd trust to handle your investments, exactly the kind of expert who could make sophisticated financial fraud look like legitimate wealth management. And Amara remembered meeting her once at a charity event, remembered Dylan introducing her as a family friend who'd helped the Whitmores manage their trust funds for decades, and now she understood that had been another lie, another piece of the performance designed to make Dylan's fake identity seem more real. So the plan is for me to call Dylan, tell him I'm willing to talk, and then what Amara asked, trying to envision how this would play out, trying to imagine maintaining her composure while her husband lied to her face. Then you agree to meet with him somewhere public where Simone can maintain surveillance without being obvious, and you give him a chance to explain the money transfers, Robert said. He's going to have a story ready, probably something about investment opportunities or tax strategies or some other financial explanation that sounds plausible if you don't look too closely, and you're going to act like you believe him, like you're relieved there's a reasonable explanation, like you're sorry you overreacted. And while I'm playing the relieved wife, Amara continued seeing the strategy. Now, Simone is recording everything he says, documenting every lie he tells, building a case that shows he's actively defrauding me even after I've discovered irregularities. Not just Simone. Terrence interjected. You'll be wearing a recording device too. We'll get court approval for a wiretap. Every conversation you have with Dylan from this point forward will be documented, and if he slips up, if he says anything that reveals the true nature of his operation, we'll have it on tape. The idea of wearing a wire, of turning her marriage into a sting operation, felt surreal and degrading and absolutely necessary, because Dylan had turned their relationship into theater long before she'd discovered the truth had been performing the role of devoted husband while planning to rob her blind, and if she had to perform right back to catch him, then that's what she would do. What about my safety? Amara asked, because even though Dylan had never been physically violent with her, even though their relationship had always been emotionally manipulative rather than physically threatening, she knew that cornered animals were dangerous, knew that men who were losing control could become unpredictable. Simone will be close by at all times, Terrence assured her. She's former FBI, she knows how to maintain surveillance without being detected, and she'll have backup ready to intervene if Dylan does anything that puts you in danger. And we'll make sure every meeting happens in public spaces, Robert added. Restaurants, coffee shops, places with witnesses and security cameras. Environments where Dylan would be stupid to try anything violent because it would destroy his victim narrative and create evidence that contradicts his performance of being the concerned husband. Amara nodded, trying to prepare herself mentally for what was coming. Trying to imagine looking Dylan in the eye and pretending to still believe in him. Pretending to still trust him. Pretending to still love him. When everything inside her was screaming that he was a predator, a monster, a parasite who'd spent 2.5 years feeding on her grief and her loneliness and her desperate need to believe that someone could love her for herself and not for her inheritance. There's something else you need to know, Robert said, his expression growing even more serious if that was possible. I'm filing an emergency petition with the court tomorrow morning to have you declared the sole controller of all Bennett family assets pending a full investigation into financial irregularities, and I'm also requesting a restraining order that will prevent Dylan from accessing any joint accounts or properties. Will that hold up? Amara asked. Can you get that kind of order based on what we have right now? With Simone's evidence, with the pattern we can demonstrate across multiple victims, with the documentation showing that Dylan used false identities and created fraudulent corporate structures. Robert's confidence was absolute. Absolutely. I can get that order, and more importantly, it creates a legal record that you took these steps to protect yourself before you contacted Dylan, which means if this goes to trial, we can show that you were acting defensively, not vindictively, that you were protecting your assets from a credible threat, not trying to punish a husband you were angry with. The legal strategy made sense, created the narrative framework that would protect Amara from Dylan's attempts to paint her as the aggressor. But it also meant tomorrow would be brutal, would require her to function on multiple levels simultaneously, playing the confused, worried wife for Dylan while coordinating with Robert and Terrence and Simone to document every aspect of his criminal operation. I need to see everything Simone has, Amara said, making the decision that had been crystallizing in her mind for the last hour. Every piece of evidence, every surveillance photo, every intercepted communication. I need to understand the full scope of what Dylan's been doing so I can anticipate his moves, so I can respond appropriately when he tries to manipulate me. Terrence looked at Robert, who nodded, and then he pulled a thick file from his messenger bag and laid it on the conference table in front of Amara. "This is everything we have so far," he said. "But I need to warn you, some of it is going to be hard to see. Some of it is going to make you angry. Some of it is going to make you question every memory you have of your relationship with Dylan, and you need to be prepared for that emotional impact." Amara opened the file and began reading, and Terrence hadn't been exaggerating about the emotional impact, because seeing it all laid out in black and white, seeing the timeline of Dylan's operation, and the calculated precision with which he'd targeted her, and the cold, businesslike way he'd discussed her with his accomplices in intercepted emails and text messages, made her understand that she'd never known her husband at all, that the man she'd married was a complete fiction, a character Dylan had created and performed for 2.5 years, while his real self planned her destruction with the same casual efficiency most people brought to planning a vacation. There were surveillance photos showing Dylan meeting with Craig Brennan and Angela Morrison, all three of them sitting around a table in some anonymous conference room going over documents and spreadsheets like they were planning a legitimate business venture instead of a sophisticated theft operation. There were transcripts of phone conversations between Dylan and Craig discussing her vulnerabilities, analyzing her behavior patterns, calculating the optimal timeline for implementing their plan. And in those transcripts, they referred to her as the mark and the target, and Bennett, but never as Amara, never as a person with feelings and agency, only as an asset to be exploited. There were emails between Dylan and Angela detailing the shell corporation structure they'd created, the offshore accounts they'd opened, the money laundering techniques they'd used to make the stolen funds untraceable, and the casual professionalism of their communication made it clear this wasn't their first operation, wasn't even their most ambitious operation, just another job in a long career of destroying vulnerable women. And there were notes from Simone's investigation into Dylan's background documenting his real identity as Tommy Whitfield from Hartford, Connecticut, his criminal history that included juvenile offenses for check fraud and identity theft, his progression from small-time scams to sophisticated romance fraud operations, and a timeline that showed he'd been running these cons for at least 8 years, possibly longer, with enough success that he'd been able to live comfortably between operations without needing legitimate employment. By the time Amara finished reading through Simone's file, it was past 2 in the morning, and she felt like she'd aged a decade. Felt like every naive assumption she'd ever made about love and trust and partnership had been burned away, leaving only cynicism and anger and a determination that Dylan Whitfield would face consequences for what he'd done, not just to her, but to every woman he'd targeted over his career. "I want to meet Simone," she said, closing the file and looking up at Terrence and Robert with eyes that she knew were red from crying, but that she also knew carried a hardness that hadn't been there before tonight. "I want to thank her for the work she's done, and I want to help plan how we're going to take Dylan down." Terrence smiled, and it was the proud, big brother smile she remembered from childhood, the smile that said he recognized she was stronger than she looked, tougher than people gave her credit for, capable of fighting back in ways her enemies never expected. "She's actually here," he said, gesturing toward Robert's private office. "She's been coordinating with Robert all evening while we've been talking, making sure the bank freezes went through properly, ensuring all the legal documentation is in order, preparing the surveillance equipment you'll need tomorrow." "Then let's meet her," Amara said, standing up from the conference table. "Because tomorrow morning I'm going to call my husband and start the performance of a lifetime. And I want to make sure every detail is perfect, every word is documented. Every moment contributes to building a case that will put Dylan Whitfield and his accomplices in prison for decades." as they walked toward Robert's office as Amara prepared to meet the investigator who'd spent 6 months building a case against her husband. She thought about Jada sleeping peacefully at the neighbor's house, innocent and unaware that her mother's marriage was falling apart. That the man Jada called Uncle Dylan was actually a predator who'd been using them both, and Amara made a silent promise to her daughter that she would end this, would stop Dylan before he could hurt anyone else, would make sure that when Jada grew up and learned what had happened, she would see a mother who fought back rather than a victim who accepted her fate. The door to Robert's office opened, and a woman emerged, small and intense, with sharp eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of Amara's appearance in a single glance, assessing her emotional state and her capacity for what was coming with the professional detachment of someone who'd seen it all before and knew exactly how to navigate the complicated terrain between justice and revenge. Amara Bennett Simone Rodriguez said, extending her hand. "I've been looking forward to meeting you, though I wish it were under better circumstances." Amara took her hand and felt the strength in Simone's grip, the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was capable of and wasn't afraid to use every skill at her disposal to protect the people who needed protecting. "Thank you," Amara said simply. "Thank you for seeing what I couldn't see, for investigating, when you had no reason to believe anything was wrong, for spending months building a case against someone who's very good at hiding what he really is." "I was just doing my job," Simone replied, but there was warmth in her voice that suggested she'd become personally invested in this case, that Patricia and Michelle and all the other women Dylan had destroyed weren't just files to her, but people who deserved justice. But now comes the hard part. Now we have to execute a strategy that will catch Dylan in the act, that will document his crimes so thoroughly that no jury will be able to ignore them. And that means you're going to have to do something incredibly difficult tomorrow. "I know," Amara said. "I have to call him and pretend everything's okay. Pretend I still believe in him. Pretend I still trust him, even though every instinct is screaming at me to run as far and as fast as I can." "Not just that," Simone said gently. "You have to make him believe it. You have to sell the performance so completely that he doesn't suspect for a second that you're working with us, that you've discovered the full scope of his operation, that every word you say is being recorded and will be used against him in court." "Can I do that?" Amara asked, not sure if she was seeking reassurance or permission or just acknowledgement of how hard this was going to be. "You're Amara Bennett," Simone said, and there was steel in her voice. "You built a $50 million company. You survived losing your parents and being targeted by a professional predator. You fought your way through grief and loneliness and came out stronger on the other side. So yes, you can absolutely do this, and when you do, when you help us catch Dylan and his accomplices and put them in prison where they belong, you're going to save the next woman he would have targeted and the woman after that, and every future victim who won't have to go through what you've gone through. The weight of that responsibility. The understanding that her actions over the next few days would determine whether Dylan continued destroying lives or finally faced consequences settled over Amara like armor hardening her resolve, burning away the last traces of the naive woman who'd walked into Bellissimo restaurant 4 hours ago thinking her biggest problem was choosing between the blue dress and the black one. "Then let's get started," she said. "Let's build a case so strong that Dylan Whitfield will spend the rest of his life in prison regretting that he ever thought Amara Bennett would be an easy mark." The sun was just beginning to rise over the city when Amara finally left Robert Morrison's office, exhausted, but armed with a comprehensive strategy and a recording device that Simone had shown her how to activate with a gesture so subtle that Dylan would never notice it even if he was watching for signs of deception, even if he was suspicious that she knew more than she was revealing. Terrence drove her home through empty streets. The early morning quiet, broken only by delivery trucks and the occasional taxi, and they didn't speak much during the drive because everything that needed to be said had been said in Robert's conference room during those long hours of planning and preparation. And now all that remained was execution, was the careful performance of a role that would either trap Dylan or alert him that his operation had been exposed. "You don't have to do this," Terrence said as they pulled up to her house, the house she'd shared with Dylan for 2 years, the house that now felt like enemy territory, like a stage where she'd been performing without knowing there was an audience. "We can find another way we can build a case without putting you in the middle of it, without making you pretend to still trust him." "I do have to do this," Amara replied, and her voice was steady, certain, carrying the kind of absolute conviction that came from understanding exactly what was at stake. "Because if I don't, if we try to build a case from the outside without documentation of Dylan actively committing fraud, his lawyers will tear apart everything we have. They'll claim it was all a misunderstanding. They'll paint me as the vindictive ex-wife and him as the victim, and he'll walk away free to target someone else, some other woman who doesn't have a brother like you or resources like mine, and I can't let that happen." She could see Dylan's silhouette through the living room window, pacing back and forth with his phone pressed to his ear, probably trying to reach her, probably going out of his mind with worry and confusion and the dawning understanding that his carefully constructed plan had gone catastrophically wrong. And she felt no sympathy for his distress, only cold satisfaction that he was finally experiencing a fraction of the anxiety and fear he'd inflicted on his victims. Her own phone had been buzzing constantly with his messages, each one more desperate than the last. Progressing from confusion to concern, to barely concealed panic as hours passed without response, and she scrolled through them now, reading the evolution of his manipulation with new eyes that saw through every carefully chosen word to the calculation beneath. "Baby, please come home. I can explain everything. The police are asking questions I can't answer. Where are you? I know you're angry about the money, but there's a good reason for everything. Please just talk to me. Amara, I love you, whatever you think is happening. You're wrong. We can work this out." The lies came so easily to him, flowed from his fingers to the screen with such natural fluency that Amara wondered how many times he'd sent similar messages to Patricia Nguyen, to Michelle Torres, to all the other women whose lives he'd destroyed, and whether he even felt anything when he typed those words, or if emotional manipulation had become so automatic that he could perform it without engaging any genuine feeling. "He's going to be very convincing." Simone had warned her during their final briefing at 3 a.m. He's had years to perfect his act, years to learn exactly what buttons to push and what words to use to make women doubt their own instincts. And he's going to use every technique he knows to make you question what you've learned tonight, to make you think maybe you overreacted, maybe there's a reasonable explanation, maybe you're being paranoid or vindictive or unfair. "I won't let him manipulate me," Amara had promised, but saying it in the safety of Robert's office and actually executing it when she was face to face with Dylan, when he was looking at her with those dark eyes full of false concern, and speaking in that voice that had once made her feel safe and cherished, would be two entirely different things. She took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and climbed out of Terrence's car with her head high, channeling every ounce of the strength her parents had instilled in her, every lesson they'd taught her about facing down opposition and refusing to be intimidated by people who thought they could take what wasn't theirs. Dylan yanked the door open before she could even reach for her key, and the sight of him hit her harder than she'd expected, because even knowing everything she knew, even armed with evidence and documentation and surveillance photos, some stupid part of her had hoped that Terrence and Simone were wrong, that there was some reasonable explanation that the man she'd married wasn't actually a monster, but just someone who'd made mistakes. But looking at him now, seeing his disheveled platinum blonde hair and his red-rimmed eyes and his rumpled clothes, seeing the desperation in his expression and the calculation lurking just beneath it, she knew with absolute certainty that Simone was right, that every word out of Dylan's mouth would be a lie, that he felt nothing for her except the cold assessment of an asset he was losing control over. "Amara," he said, and he pulled her into his arms so quickly she didn't have time to resist, didn't have time to prepare herself for the physical contact, and for a horrible moment she almost broke, almost pushed him away and screamed that she knew what he was, that she'd discovered. His lies that he would pay for what he'd done to her, and to Patricia, and to Michelle, and to every woman he'd ever hurt. But then she remembered Simone's recording equipment hidden in her purse, remembered Robert's legal strategy that required documentation of Dylan's active fraud, remembered the next woman who would be targeted if she failed to stop him now, and she forced herself to relax into his embrace, forced herself to let him hold her while her skin crawled with revulsion, forced herself to play the role of confused, frightened wife who'd overreacted and now regretted it. "Where have you been?" Dylan whispered into her hair, and she could feel him trembling, could sense the fear he was trying to hide beneath his performance of concern. "I've been going crazy. I thought something terrible had happened to you." She pulled away slowly, carefully, making sure her expression conveyed uncertainty and regret rather than the rage and disgust churning in her stomach. "I know about the money, Dylan," she said, and she kept her voice soft, apologetic, as if she was the one who needed to explain herself. "I saw the transfers, the shell companies, the accounts I didn't recognize, and I panicked." His face went through a series of micro-expressions so quickly that someone who wasn't looking for them might have missed them entirely. But Amara had learned to read people in boardrooms, and negotiations had been trained by her parents to notice the tells that revealed what someone was really thinking, and she saw the flash of relief, the calculation, the rapid mental adjustment as Dylan shifted strategies to address this new information. "Oh, sweetheart," he said, and his voice was so warm, so filled with understanding and patience that if she hadn't known better, she might have believed he genuinely cared. "Is that what this is about?" "The business restructuring, baby. I was going to surprise you with the quarterly reports next week. Those transfers were just moving money into higher yield investments. I've been working with our financial advisor to maximize returns on your portfolio." The lie was so smooth, so reasonable, so perfectly crafted that Amara could see exactly why Patricia and Michelle had fallen for it. Why she herself might have accepted this explanation if she hadn't spent the last 6 hours learning the truth. And she had to remind herself that every word was being recorded, that Simone was capturing this moment of active fraud, that Dylan's willingness to lie directly to her face was exactly the evidence they needed to build a criminal case. "Higher yield investments," she repeated, infusing her voice with hope and relief, playing the woman who desperately wanted to believe her husband. "So, this isn't... I mean, you thought maybe I was stealing from you," Dylan finished, and he managed to look hurt, wounded, as if her suspicion had cut him deeply. "Amara, how could you think that everything I've done has been for us, for our future, for building the kind of financial security that will let us live the life we've always dreamed about?" He was already moving toward his laptop, already pulling up documents and spreadsheets, already executing whatever backup plan he'd prepared for the contingency that she might discover the transfers before he could complete his theft. And Amara watched him work. Watched him construct his elaborate fiction with the ease of long practice. And she understood that this was Dylan's true talent, not the charm or the good looks, or even the platinum blonde hair that made him look trustworthy, but this ability to improvise believable lies in real time, to adapt his story to whatever situation he found himself in, to always have an explanation ready that sounded just plausible enough to create doubt. "Look at this," he said, turning the laptop so she could see a comprehensive financial analysis, complete with charts showing projected growth and detailed investment strategies that looked completely legitimate if you didn't know they were fabricated. "I've been working with Angela Morrison to restructure everything. We're going to double our portfolio value within the next 2 years, maybe even triple it if these tech sector projections hold up. Our portfolio, our financial security, our future, the constant use of plural possessives designed to reinforce the idea that they were partners in this, that Amara's money was their money, that Dylan had every right to make decisions about assets he'd contributed nothing to acquiring." "This is amazing," Amara lied, forcing enthusiasm into her voice. "Dylan, I'm so sorry I doubted you. I just saw all these transfers to companies I didn't recognize, and I got scared. I should have trusted you. I should have known you'd never do anything to hurt me." Relief flooded his face with such perfect timing that she wanted to applaud the performance, even as she hated him for it. "It's okay, baby," he said, reaching for her hands. "I understand when you see big numbers moving around. It's natural to get nervous. That's why I wanted to wait until everything was finalized before I showed you. I wanted to have the complete picture ready so you could see exactly how brilliant this strategy is." "The bank said the accounts were frozen," she prompted, watching his reaction carefully. A shadow crossed his expression, just a flicker of something dark and calculating before the concerned husband mask returned. Just temporarily, he said smoothly, "There was some confusion about the paperwork. Angela's working on it right now. Everything should be cleared up by tomorrow or the next day at the latest. Tomorrow, Amara thought, or the next day, which would give him time to implement whatever emergency extraction plan he had in place, which would allow him to move money that was already stolen into accounts even more difficult to trace, which would let him prepare for the possibility that he needed to cut his losses and run before she discovered the full scope of his operation." "I feel so stupid," she said, and the words tasted like poison. "I even went to Terrence. I was so panicked I called my brother for the first time in 3 years. Dylan's body went rigid, his hands tightening on hers with enough force that it almost hurt, and she saw real fear flash through his eyes, because Terrence represented unpredictability, represented a variable Dylan hadn't fully accounted for, represented the possibility that someone outside Dylan's control might have access to information that could expose his lies. "You talked to Terrence?" he asked, and his voice remained carefully neutral, but Amara could hear the tension underneath. "What did you tell him?" "Just that I thought there might be some problems with our finances," she said, quickly watching his face as she delivered the partial truth. "But I hung up on him when I realized how ridiculous I was being. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of thinking I needed his help after all these years of not speaking." Dylan relaxed slightly, though not completely, and she could see him calculating whether this was a threat, whether Terrence might have taken action based on that brief panicked phone call, whether there were other variables in play that Dylan didn't know about. "What did he say?" Dylan pressed. "Before you hung up, what did Terrence tell you?" "Nothing, really." Amara lied, delivering the performance of her life. "I didn't give him a chance to say much. I just blurted out that I was worried about money, and then I hung up because I was embarrassed. I felt like such an idiot for suspecting my own husband of, well, you know." She looked down at their joined hands, forcing her expression into one of shame and regret, playing the confused wife who'd let her fears override her trust, and she felt Dylan's grip loosen as he bought the lie, as he accepted that Terrence wasn't a threat, as he convinced himself that his operation was still salvageable. "Hey," he said, lifting her chin so she had to look at him, and his eyes were warm and concerned and absolutely empty of genuine feeling. "You're not an idiot. You're careful, and that's one of the things I love about you. You don't take risks with your business or your finances. You think things through. You ask questions. That's what makes you such a successful CEO." The compliments were designed to rebuild her confidence in his judgment, to make her feel validated and understood, to reinforce the idea that questioning him was natural, but trusting him was better. And Amara let herself respond to his manipulation the way he expected. Let her expression soften. Let relief and gratitude show on her face, even though inside she was screaming. "So what happens now?" she asked. "With the accounts, with the investments, with everything?" "Now we get some sleep," Dylan said, closing the laptop. "And tomorrow or the next day, when the accounts are unfrozen, I'll take you to meet Angela properly. You can see all the paperwork. Ask all the questions you want, and I want you to be completely comfortable with everything we're doing. I want you to understand every aspect of our financial strategy, because we're partners in this, because your inheritance is our future." because everything I do is designed to protect and grow what your parents built. Tomorrow, or the next day, which gave Amara time to coordinate with Robert and Simone, time to prepare the trap they'd discussed in those early morning hours at the law office, time to set up the surveillance and the recording equipment and the legal framework that would catch Dylan in the act of attempting to steal her inheritance, even after she'd discovered irregularities. "That sounds perfect," she said, letting him pull her up from the couch. "Dylan, I'm sorry I freaked out. I'm sorry I didn't trust you. I'm sorry I let my fear make me act crazy." "You're not crazy," he assured her, and his hand came up to cup her face with a tenderness that would have made her melt just yesterday, but that now made her want to vomit. "You're human, and humans get scared when they see things they don't understand. That's completely natural. That's nothing to apologize for." As they walked upstairs together, as Dylan made calls in low, urgent tones about moving up timelines and dealing with complications, as Amara lay down next to the man who'd spent 2.5 years studying her weaknesses and learning her patterns and planning her destruction, she thought about the recording device in her purse downstairs, thought about Simone listening to every word Dylan had said, thought about Robert building a legal case that would destroy Dylan's victim narrative before he could fully construct it. The man beside her thought he'd won, thought he'd successfully explained away her suspicions, thought he'd bought himself enough time to either complete his theft or escape with what he'd already stolen. But what Dylan didn't know, what he couldn't possibly suspect, was that Amara Bennett wasn't Patricia Nguyen, or Michelle Torres wasn't some broken woman who would disappear quietly into the night. She was a warrior, a survivor, a CEO who'd built empires and destroyed competitors and refused to let anyone take what didn't belong to them, and Dylan Whitfield had made the critical mistake of choosing a target who was strong enough to fight back, smart enough to see through his lies, and angry enough to make sure he paid for every woman he'd ever hurt. As Dylan's breathing evened out beside her as he fell asleep with the confidence of someone who thought he'd successfully salvaged his operation, Amara stared at the ceiling in the darkness and made a promise to herself, to her parents, to Jada, to Patricia and Michelle and all the other victims. Dylan Whitfield's con artist career ended tomorrow, one way or another, and when it ended, he would understand exactly what happened when you underestimated a Bennett woman. Morning arrived with the cruel brightness of a day that should have been ordinary, but that Amara knew would instead be the beginning of the end of her marriage, the start of a carefully choreographed operation designed to catch Dylan in the act of committing fraud so blatant, so thoroughly documented, that no defense attorney could explain it away and no jury could ignore it. And she woke up before the alarm with adrenaline already coursing through her system, her body understanding before her conscious mind fully engaged that today she would have to deliver the performance of her lifetime. Dylan was still asleep beside her, his platinum blonde hair spread across the pillow in a way that might have seemed angelic if she didn't know what darkness lived behind that handsome face. And she studied him for a moment in the early morning light filtering through the curtains, trying to reconcile the monster revealed by Simone's investigation with the man who'd held her while she cried about her parents, who'd made her laugh when grief threatened to consume her, who'd seemed to understand her in ways no one else ever had. And she realized that both versions were real, in a sense that Dylan was genuinely talented at reading people and responding to their needs. He just used that talent for exploitation, rather than connection, for theft, rather than love. Her phone buzzed with a text from Simone, recording equipment check. "Activate device and say something." Amara slipped out of bed, carefully moving with the silent precision of someone who didn't want to wake a sleeping predator, and she retrieved her purse from downstairs where she'd left it the night before, finding the small recording device that looked like an ordinary phone charger, but that was actually sophisticated surveillance equipment that would capture every word Dylan said today with crystal clarity that would hold up in court. She activated it with the gesture Simone had taught her, a specific sequence of taps that would seem completely natural to anyone watching, and she whispered, "Testing 1, 2, 3. This is Amara Bennett on Tuesday morning preparing to document my husband's fraud. The response came immediately. Perfect audio quality. Robert filed emergency petition this morning, hearing scheduled for 2 p.m. Judges are taking this seriously because of the pattern we demonstrated across multiple victims. You're doing great. Just remember, he's going to try every manipulation technique he knows. Don't let him make you doubt what you've learned. Amara made coffee with hands that were steadier than she'd expected. Channeling the calm focus she used before major business presentations, the ability to compartmentalize emotion and function on pure strategic thinking that her father had taught her was essential for success in high-pressure situations. And she thought about Jacob Bennett standing in front of hostile shareholders and delivering arguments that changed their minds about Diana Bennett negotiating with suppliers who thought they could take advantage of a woman and walking away with terms that made grown men weep, and she knew that her parents had given her the tools she needed for this moment, had trained her without knowing it to face down a con artist and win. Dylan emerged from the bedroom around 8, already dressed in one of his expensive suits, already performing the role of successful husband, preparing for a day of important business. And his smile when he saw her was warm and affectionate and completely devoid of any awareness that every word he spoke from this moment forward was being recorded and would be used to destroy him. "Good morning, beautiful," he said, kissing her cheek with lips that felt like ice against her skin. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I have in days," Amara lied, pouring him coffee and adding the exact amount of cream and sugar he preferred, maintaining the fiction of domestic harmony, while Simone's recording device captured every moment. "I feel so much better now that we've talked, now that I understand what you were doing with those transfers. I'm sorry I let myself get so worked up about it." "Don't apologize," Dylan said, accepting the coffee and settling into the chair at their kitchen table where they'd shared 1,000 breakfasts, where he'd read her the newspaper and discussed her business challenges and played the role of supportive partner with such dedication that she'd never suspected he was simultaneously planning her financial destruction. "You had every right to be concerned when you saw money moving around. That's just good financial oversight. That's exactly the kind of careful attention that's made you so successful." The compliments were calculated to rebuild her confidence in his judgment, to make her feel foolish for having doubted him, to reinforce the power dynamic where Dylan was the expert guiding her through complex financial waters she couldn't navigate alone, and Amara responded exactly the way he expected, with gratitude and relief, and the kind of trusting affection that made predators like Dylan so successful at what they did. "I called the bank this morning," she said, delivering the line she'd rehearsed with Robert and Simone during their early morning strategy session. "They said they could unfreeze the accounts as early as this afternoon if we both go in and sign the paperwork, something about needing dual authorization to reverse a freeze order on joint accounts." She watched Dylan's face carefully as she spoke, saw the flash of excitement he tried to hide, saw the calculation as he weighed whether this was a trap or an opportunity. Saw him decide that Amara was exactly what she appeared to be, a confused wife who'd overreacted and now wanted to make things right. And she felt a savage satisfaction that he was taking the bait, that his arrogance and his greed were making him careless. "Both of us," he repeated, and she could hear him thinking through the implications, wondering if this was what he wanted or if it complicated his plans. "Well, yes," Amara said, injecting confusion into her voice. "Since you're on most of the accounts now as co-signer, they need both our signatures to reverse the freeze order. That's okay, right? We can go together this morning, maybe grab lunch afterward, make a day of it." "Of course," Dylan said quickly, smoothly, his expression shifting to one of pleased anticipation. "That's perfect, baby. I'll call Angela and let her know we can move forward with the final transfers this afternoon. Once the accounts are active again, we can implement the investment strategy I showed you last night." The final transfer's the last stage of his plan to steal everything she had and he was so confident that she'd bought his lies, so certain that he'd successfully manipulated her back into compliance, that he was willing to say it out loud to discuss his criminal intentions in language that would be damning when played back in a courtroom. "Before we go," Amara said, as if the thought had just occurred to her, "can I ask you something that's been bothering me?" She saw wariness flicker across his face, saw him preparing to deflect or redirect whatever question she was about to ask. But he maintained his expression of open concern as he said, "Of course, sweetheart. You can ask me anything. Before we met, had you ever been married before?" The question hung in the air between them, seemingly innocent but carrying weight that Dylan couldn't possibly understand, and Amara watched him calculate his response, watched him decide how much truth to mix with his lies. "No," he said finally, and the lie came out so smoothly that someone who didn't know better would never doubt it. "I came close once in my 20s, got engaged to a girl I met in college, but it didn't work out. She wanted different things than I wanted. We grew apart, and I realized it was better to end things before we made a mistake we'd regret for the rest of our lives." Another fabrication to add to the mountain of lies he'd told her, another piece of fiction designed to make his backstory seem more real, more detailed, more believable, and Amara nodded as if satisfied with his answer while thinking about Patricia Nguyen, who'd been married to this man under a different name, about Michelle Torres, who'd stood at an altar and promised to love Dylan forever, not knowing he was planning to rob her blind. "I was just thinking yesterday about how perfectly you understand me," Amara continued, playing her role with the dedication of someone who knew lives depended on her performance. "How you always know exactly what to say, exactly how to help me feel better. It's like you studied me or something, like you took a course in what makes Amara Bennett tick." She laughed softly to show she was joking, to demonstrate she had no idea how close to the truth her casual observation had come, and Dylan smiled that perfect smile and reached across the table to cover her hand with his. "I understand you because I love you," he said, and the words should have meant something, should have carried emotional weight, but Amara heard them now for what they were. Empty sounds designed to produce a specific response. Verbal tools in a con artist's toolkit. "Because you're the most important thing in my world. Because I pay attention to you and care about you and want to make you happy. That's not studying, baby, that's just love." The recording device was capturing every word, every lie, every manipulation, and Amara thought about prosecutors playing this conversation back for a jury, thought about 12 people listening to Dylan perform devotion while simultaneously planning theft, thought about how his own words would condemn him more effectively than any accusation she could make. "I love you too," she said, forcing the words past the revulsion in her throat, hating that she had to speak them but knowing they were necessary to maintain the illusion to keep Dylan convinced that his operation was still on track. After Dylan left for his errands, which Amara knew from Simone's surveillance reports meant meeting with Craig Brennan and Angela Morrison to coordinate their afternoon plans, she stood in her kitchen and allowed herself exactly 30 seconds to feel the full weight of what she was doing, to acknowledge how much it hurt to pretend to love a man who'd spent 2.5 years destroying her, and then she locked those feelings away in the box where she kept things that would be dealt with later after Dylan was in custody, after justice had been served, after she could afford to fall apart. Her phone rang with a call from Terrence, and she answered it with gratitude, because hearing her brother's voice would remind her why she was doing this, would reconnect her to the family bonds that Dylan had tried so hard to sever. "How are you holding up?" Terrence asked, and she could hear the concern in his voice, the big brother worry that had been absent for 3 years, but that had never really gone away. "I'm okay," she said, and it was mostly true. It's hard having to pretend everything's normal, having to smile at him and act like I believe his lies, but I keep thinking about Patricia and Michelle and all the other women he's hurt, and that makes it easier somehow, knowing that every lie I tell him today is preventing him from destroying someone else tomorrow. "Simone says you're doing great," Terrence reported. "The recordings are perfect quality. Dylan's digging himself deeper with every word, and Robert thinks we'll have enough evidence by the end of today to bring criminal charges that will stick, even if his defense team is as good as we think they'll be. What time is the hearing? Amara asked, needing to know the timeline, needing to understand when the trap would spring shut. 2 p.m. Robert's presenting evidence to Judge Martinez, who's known for taking financial fraud seriously, especially when it targets vulnerable populations. And with the pattern we can demonstrate across multiple victims, there's no way she'll refuse the injunction and the restraining order. 2 p.m., which meant Amara had less than 6 hours to maintain her performance, less than 6 hours to convince Dylan that everything was proceeding according to his plan, less than 6 hours before the legal system descended on him with the full weight of evidence that Simone and Terrence and Robert had spent months compiling. And the bank, she asked. Are they really going to unfreeze the accounts? Temporarily? Terrence confirmed. Robert worked it out with the bank executives. They're going to restore access for exactly 2 hours this afternoon, long enough for Dylan to attempt the transfers he's planning, short enough that we can freeze everything again before the money actually moves, and every transaction he initiates will be documented and will constitute attempted fraud that we can prosecute. It was risky. Amara knew allowing Dylan any access at all to her accounts, trusting that the safeguards Robert had put in place would stop the transfers before actual money moved. But it was also necessary, because attempted fraud was much easier to prove than conspiracy to commit fraud, because catching Dylan in the act would eliminate any possibility that his lawyers could claim he'd never intended to steal anything. I'm scared, she admitted to her brother. What if something goes wrong? What if he actually gets the money moved before we can stop it? He won't, Terrence said with absolute certainty. Simone's team is monitoring every electronic communication, every account access, every login attempt. And the moment Dylan initiates a transfer, the system will flag it and freeze it before the transaction can complete. You have my word, Amara. We're not going to let him take anything more from you. After they hung up, Amara found herself thinking about her daughter Jada still safely at the neighbor's house, still innocent and unaware that her mother was in the middle of an operation to catch a criminal. And she wondered how she would explain this to Jada someday. How she would tell her 10-year-old that the man she'd called Uncle Dylan had actually been a predator who'd infiltrated their family with the sole intention of stealing everything. But then she remembered Jada's observations, her daughter's innocent questions that had tried to warn her something was wrong, and she thought maybe Jada already understood on some level. Maybe children's instincts recognized danger even when adults had been socialized to ignore it. And when this was over, when Dylan was in custody and the legal proceedings had begun, Amara would sit down with her daughter and explain that trusting your gut was just as important as trusting people. That sometimes the people who seem safest are actually the most dangerous, and that asking questions was never rude when the questions were designed to protect yourself. The drive to the bank felt surreal, sitting in Dylan's expensive car that she'd paid for with money from her inheritance, listening to him talk about their future together with enthusiasm that would have been touching if it wasn't built entirely on lies, watching him perform the role of devoted husband with such commitment that she almost admired the craft of it, even as she hated everything it represented. Simone's voice came through the nearly invisible earpiece she wore, so small and sophisticated that Dylan would never notice it, even if he was looking directly at her ear. You're doing great. He's completely convinced. Just keep maintaining that energy, and we'll have everything we need by the end of the day. The bank manager, Mr. Peterson was waiting for them in his office with the nervous energy of someone who'd been briefed by lawyers about the delicate nature of this meeting, who understood that he was participating in an operation to catch a criminal, but who clearly wasn't comfortable with the deception required. And Amara felt sympathy for him, because she understood exactly how uncomfortable it was to smile at someone while knowing you were setting them up for arrest. Mrs. Whitmore, Mr. Whitmore Peterson said, standing to shake their hands. I'm glad we can resolve this situation quickly. The freeze order caused quite a bit of confusion in our systems. I'm so sorry about that, Amara said, playing the apologetic wife. I was concerned about some transactions I didn't understand. I think I overreacted. I just needed my husband to explain everything to me." "Perfectly understandable," Peterson replied, settling back into his chair. "Managing large estates can be complex. It's natural to have questions now to reverse the freeze. I'll need both of your signatures on these forms, and Mrs. Whitmore, I'll need you to verbally confirm that you're lifting the restrictions voluntarily, that no one is coercing or pressuring you to take this action." Dylan leaned forward eagerly, barely able to contain his excitement, and Amara could see him calculating timelines, estimating how quickly he could move money once the accounts were active, planning his next moves with the confidence of someone who thought he'd successfully navigated a crisis and come out ahead. "How long will it take for the accounts to become active again?" he asked, and there was hunger in his voice that he didn't quite manage to conceal. "Usually 24 hours for standard processing," Peterson replied, consulting his computer screen. "But given the circumstances, given that this appears to have been a misunderstanding rather than actual fraud concerns, I can expedite the process. You should have full access by 3 o'clock this afternoon. 3 o'clock, just 1 hour after Judge Martinez would be reviewing Robert's emergency petition, just 1 hour after the legal framework would be in place, to catch Dylan the moment he attempted to transfer money." And Amara signed the papers with a steady hand, her voice calm as she confirmed that she was lifting the freeze voluntarily, that she understood what she was doing, that no one was forcing her to take this action. Dylan signed with barely contained excitement, his knee bouncing under the table with nervous energy that betrayed how important this moment was to his operation, how much he'd invested in cultivating Amara's trust. How devastating it would be to his plans if something went wrong now. "There," Peterson said, stamping the final document with an air of finality. "Everything should be back to normal by mid-afternoon. I'll send you both a text message when the accounts are active again." As they left the bank, as Dylan practically vibrated with anticipation, Amara suggested they spend some time together before the accounts reopened. Maybe take a walk through the park where they'd had their first date reconnect after the stress of the last few days. And she watched his face as he calculated whether he had time for this, whether maintaining the illusion was worth delaying his timeline. "Actually," Dylan said, and she could hear the regret he was manufacturing, "I really need to handle some business coordination with Angela while we're waiting for the accounts to activate. There's a narrow window for these investment opportunities, and I don't want us to miss out because I wasn't prepared." "Of course," Amara said quickly, playing the understanding wife. "Business first, I get it. I'll just go home and catch up on some work emails. Maybe we can have a nice dinner tonight to celebrate everything being sorted out." "That sounds perfect," Dylan agreed, kissing her with lips that felt like a brand against her mouth, like she was being marked as property, as an asset he owned. "I love you so much, Amara. You're going to be so proud of what we're building together." What we're building right until the end. He maintained the fiction that they were partners, that her money was their money, that his criminal enterprise was actually a shared financial strategy. And Amara watched him drive away toward his meeting with Angela Morrison, toward the coordination session, where they would plan the final transfers that would never actually happen, and she felt a fierce satisfaction that every word of that planning session would be monitored by Simone's surveillance team, would be documented and recorded and used to build a case so comprehensive that Dylan would spend decades in prison. Her phone buzzed with a text from Robert Judge Martinez, granted the emergency injunction, all accounts frozen, pending full investigation, restraining order issued, preventing Dylan from accessing any Bennett family assets or properties. Enforcement teams standing by to serve papers the moment he attempts the transfers. It was done. The legal framework was in place, and now all that remained was waiting for Dylan to walk into the trap they'd spent so long preparing, waiting for him to reveal his true intentions so thoroughly that no defense attorney could spin it into anything other than what it was: deliberate, calculated theft from a woman who trusted him with everything. Amara drove home through afternoon traffic thinking about Patricia Nguyen working her way back from nothing in Seattle, thinking about Michelle Torres hiding in a small town in New Mexico, trying to escape the shame and trauma, thinking about all the women whose names she didn't know who'd been targeted by Dylan's operation and destroyed by his greed, and she made a silent promise to all of them that today, this afternoon, their suffering would mean something would lead to justice, would result in consequences that Dylan had spent his entire criminal career evading. At 2:45, Simone's voice came through the earpiece again. Dylan's at a coffee shop downtown with Angela Morrison and Craig Brennan. They're going over documents, planning the transfer sequence, talking about how to move money fast enough that you won't be able to stop it before it disappears into offshore accounts. He's so confident that he's being careless, saying things on recording that will absolutely destroy any defense strategy his lawyers try to build. At 3 o'clock exactly, Amara's phone chimed with a text from the bank. Your accounts are now active. You have full access to all services. Thank you for your patience during this temporary freeze. And at 3:15, Dylan called her, his voice electric with excitement, barely concealed beneath a veneer of professional calm. Baby, great news. The accounts are active and Angela has found an incredible investment opportunity that just opened up. We need to move fast to take advantage of it before the window closes. That sounds wonderful, Amara said, infusing her voice with enthusiasm and trust. How much are we talking about? It's significant, Dylan admitted, and she could hear him choosing his words carefully, trying to make massive theft sound like prudent investment strategy. Most of your liquid assets, actually, but the returns are going to be extraordinary. Angela's projecting 30% growth in the first year alone, possibly more if the market conditions hold. 30% growth, or more accurately, 100% loss when the money disappeared into accounts controlled by Dylan's criminal network accounts that existed only on paper that would collapse the moment investigators started looking at them seriously. Do you need me to sign anything? She asked, playing the compliant wife one last time. No, Dylan said, and she could hear the triumph in his voice, the certainty that he'd won. That's the beauty of the joint account management we set up last year. Remember when we did that restructuring to simplify our finances? I can handle all the paperwork from here. You don't need to worry about any of the technical details. I'll take care of everything. The joint account management that gave him authority to move her money without her signature, the legal framework he'd spent months constructing specifically for this moment, the carefully prepared trap that was about to snap shut on him with devastating force. Dylan, I trust you completely, Amara said, and the lie was easier now because she knew it was the last one she'd have to tell. Do whatever you think is best for our future. I love you so much, he said, and the words carried such conviction that someone who didn't know better might actually believe he meant them. You're going to be so proud of what we've accomplished together, I promise you won't regret trusting me with this. After he hung up, Amara sat in her empty house and waited, counting down the minutes, checking her phone obsessively for updates from Simone or Robert or Terrence, and at 3:47, a text arrived from Simone. He's at the bank with Craig Brennan. They're accessing your accounts now, initiating the transfer sequence. At 3:52, first transfer in progress, $2.1 million to an account in the Cayman Islands system, is tracking it ready to freeze on your signal. At 3:55, second transfer initiated. He's moving faster than we expected, trying to get as much out as possible before you notice. At 3:58, Robert's got the injunction filed. Judges are issuing freeze orders. Now all transfers will be reversed within the hour. And at 4:01, police are moving in FBI agents with them. They're making the arrest now. It was over after 2.5 years of lies and manipulation, after months of investigation and planning, after a day of performance and deception. It was finally over, and Amara felt something release in her chest that she hadn't even realized she'd been holding some terrible tension that had been coiled there since Saturday night when Terrence's text had shattered her world. Her phone rang, Dylan's number appearing on the screen, and she answered it knowing what she would hear. knowing that the man on the other end of the line would be different from the one she'd been married to, that the mask would finally be gone and she'd be speaking to Tommy Whitfield from Hartford instead of Dylan Whitmore with his old family money and his perfect lies. Amara and his voice was different now, harder, colder, stripped of all the warmth and concern that had characterized every conversation they'd ever had. "We need to talk. I know what you did. Where are you?" she asked, though she already knew from Simone's reports. "I'm coming home," Dylan said, and there was something in his tone that might have frightened her if she wasn't prepared, if she didn't know that Simone had surveillance teams positioned around her house, that police were standing by, that she was safer now than she'd been at any point since Saturday night. "And Amara, I know what you did. I know you've been playing me. I know this whole day was a setup." The line went dead, and Simone's voice crackled through the earpiece. "He got away from the bank before police could make the arrest. Craig Brennan is in custody, but Dylan slipped out a back exit. He's heading to your location now. Estimated arrival time. 10 minutes. Are you ready for this?" Amara walked to her front window and looked out at the quiet suburban street where she'd thought she was building a life with a man who loved her, and she felt no fear. Only a cold anticipation, because Dylan Whitfield was about to learn what happened when you chose the wrong woman to underestimate when you targeted someone who had the resources and the will and the absolute determination to fight back. "I'm ready," she said. Dylan's car pulled into the driveway at exactly 4:23, and Amara watched from her living room window as he sat behind the wheel for a full minute, talking rapidly on his phone. Probably trying to coordinate with whatever accomplices hadn't been arrested. Probably attempting to salvage something from an operation that had gone catastrophically wrong. And even from a distance, she could see the tension in his shoulders. The sharp, angry gestures of a man whose carefully constructed world was collapsing around him in real time. When he finally got out of the car, his movements were different. Quicker and more aggressive, stripped of the easy confidence and practiced charm that had characterized every interaction they'd ever had. And Amara understood that she was about to meet the real Dylan Whitfield for the first time, was about to see the predator without his mask, and she felt ready for it in a way that would have surprised her just days ago. He didn't knock, did not pause at the door to compose himself, just used his key and walked in like he owned the place. Which in his mind he probably did, had probably been planning to own legally within hours, if his scheme had succeeded. And when he saw her standing in the living room waiting for him, his face went through a series of expressions so rapidly that she couldn't track them all. Rage and fear and calculation, all fighting for dominance. "Hello, Tommy," she said quietly, using his real name for the first time, and the word landed between them like a bomb. Dylan froze in the doorway, his hand still on the knob, and for just a moment, his mask slipped completely, and she saw the man underneath, calculating and cold and very, very angry, the predator who'd been performing humanity for so long that he'd almost forgotten what he really was. "So you know," he said, and his voice was flat, emotionless. Nothing like the warm tones he'd used for 2.5 years. "I know everything." Amara confirmed, staying calm, staying centered, drawing on every ounce of strength her parents had given her. "Your real name, Seattle and Phoenix, Patricia Nguyen and Michelle Torres, Craig Brennan and Angela Morrison, the shell companies, the offshore accounts, all of it. Every lie you've ever told me, every manipulation you've ever attempted, every woman you've ever destroyed." Dylan closed the door behind him and walked into the living room, studying her like she was a problem he needed to solve, a variable in an equation that had produced an unexpected result. And there was something almost clinical about the way he looked at her now, as if she'd stopped being a person and had become merely an obstacle to whatever contingency plan he was formulating. "How long have you known?" he asked, settling into the chair where he'd sat thousands of times before pretending to be her husband, and the casual way he took ownership of the space made her understand that even now, even caught and exposed, he still thought he had some kind of power over her. "Since Saturday night," Amara replied. Terrence warned me right before you were going to drug me at the restaurant, right before you were going to take me to Craig's office and have me sign away my inheritance while I was too impaired to understand what I was doing." Dylan laughed, a short, harsh sound, completely unlike his usual warm chuckle, and she saw genuine amusement in his eyes for the first time since she'd known him, as if he found something darkly funny about the situation. "Terrence," he said, shaking his head, "I should have known that sanctimonious prick would cause problems. Eventually, I tried to keep you isolated from him, but I guess sibling bonds are harder to break than I calculated." "He hired a private investigator," Amara said, wanting Dylan to understand the scope of what he was facing. "Simone Rodriguez. She's been tracking you for months, building a comprehensive case against your entire operation, and she's very, very good at what she does." "Simone Rodriguez." Dylan repeated thoughtfully, and she could see him cataloging the name, adding it to his mental database of threats and obstacles. "Former FBI, specialized in financial fraud and identity theft. Yes, I'm familiar with her work. She's taken down several operations, similar to mine. I should have been more careful, should have run better. Counter-surveillance should have recognized the signs that someone was watching." The casual way he discussed his criminal operation like it was just another business venture that had encountered some setbacks made Amara's skin crawl, made her understand that Dylan felt no remorse for what he'd done. No guilt about the lives he'd destroyed. No shame about the women he'd targeted and exploited. "Why me?" she asked, needing to hear it, needing him to say out loud what she already knew. "Out of all the women in this city, why did you choose me?" Dylan studied her for a long moment before answering, and when he spoke, his voice carried the tone of a professor explaining a concept to a particularly slow student, analytical and detached and completely without emotion. "You were perfect," he said simply. "Young enough to be relatively naive about the world despite your business success. Old enough to have significant assets and financial complexity recently orphaned, which made you emotionally vulnerable and desperate for connection. No visible siblings in the picture, at least as far as my initial research showed. And you ran your own company, which meant you were used to making quick financial decisions and trusting your instincts about people." He leaned forward slightly, warming to his subject, and Amara realized with a sick feeling that he was actually proud of his analysis, actually enjoyed explaining the methodology he'd used to target her. "I studied you for 3 months before we ever met," Dylan continued. "I knew your schedule, where you went for coffee in the mornings, which gym you used, what charity events you attended, what restaurants you favored. I knew you went to those events alone, which suggested you were isolated and lonely. I knew you worked too much, which meant you were probably using business to avoid dealing with grief. I knew you'd inherited more money than most people see in a lifetime, which made you an extremely attractive target." Each word was like a physical blow. Each revelation about how thoroughly he'd researched her making Amara understand that she'd never had a chance against Dylan's operation, that from the moment he'd identified her as a potential mark, every interaction had been choreographed, every moment had been performance designed to exploit her vulnerabilities. "And when I finally approached you at that medical technology conference," Dylan said, and there was something almost nostalgic in his voice, as if he was remembering a particularly successful campaign. "You were exactly what I expected you to be, grieving and lost, and so desperate for someone to make you feel less alone that you practically threw yourself into my arms. It was almost too easy, Amara. You wanted so badly to believe that someone could love you, that you ignored every red flag, dismissed every inconsistency, explained away every warning sign because the alternative was being alone again, and you couldn't face that." The cruelty of his words, the casual dismissal of everything she'd felt for him, made something hot and fierce burn in Amara's chest, and she had to remind herself that this was what she'd wanted. This was the confession that Simone's recording equipment was capturing. This was Dylan revealing his true nature in language so clear and damning that no jury would be able to ignore it. "The other women," she said, keeping her voice steady through sheer force of will. "Did you tell them you loved them too? I told them whatever they needed to hear." Dylan replied with a shrug as if the question was barely worth answering. Patricia needed to feel safe after her divorce. Needed someone who would protect her from her ex-husband's attempts to control her life. So I became her protector. Michelle needed to feel valued after her husband died. Needed someone who saw her as more than just a restaurant owner's widow. So I became the man who appreciated her for herself and you. Amara, you needed to feel less alone. Needed someone to fill the enormous void your parents left when they died. So I became that person. It's not complicated. People will believe anything if you give them what they want. And what I wanted was love, Amara said softly. What you wanted was someone to take care of you. Dylan corrected. Someone to make the hard decisions so you didn't have to someone to manage the overwhelming responsibility of your inheritance so you could just focus on running your little company and pretending you were still the daughter, making your parents proud, instead of the orphan drowning in grief and money and loneliness. He stood up and began pacing, his nervous energy filling the room, and Amara could see him thinking, calculating, trying to find an angle he could exploit, trying to identify leverage he could use. And she realized that even now, even caught and exposed, Dylan was still looking for a way to win. "How much did you get away with?" she asked, because she needed to know, needed to quantify the damage. "About 4.3 million before your people shut everything down," Dylan said, and there was satisfaction in his voice, pride in his accomplishment. "Not bad for an afternoon's work. Not the full 50 million I was planning for, but enough to start over somewhere nice, somewhere warm with flexible banking laws and beautiful wealthy widows who need someone to help them manage their finances. $4.3 million, her parents' money stolen in hours, and Dylan spoke about it like he was discussing the weather, casual and unconcerned, as if theft on this scale was just another day at the office. The police arrested Craig, Amara said, watching for his reaction. Craig's expendable Dylan replied with a shrug. He knew the risks when he signed on. He'll serve his time and keep his mouth shut, because he knows what happens to people who cooperate with prosecutors in cases like this, and Angela got away clean. She's probably halfway to somewhere without extradition treaties by now. She's smarter than Craig, always has an exit strategy ready. "And you," Amara said, "what's your plan now?" Dylan smiled, and for the first time since he'd walked in, she saw a glimpse of the charming man she'd thought she'd married, the mask sliding back into place for just a moment. "My plan is to disappear," he said. 4.3 million is enough to start over somewhere nice enough to create a new identity and find a new target and build a new operation. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. This is just a temporary setback, Amara. An unexpected complication in what has otherwise been a very successful career. "You think I'm just going to let you walk out of here?" Amara asked, and she let some of the rage she'd been suppressing leak into her voice. "I think you don't have a choice," Dylan said, and his confidence was absolute. "Your money is gone even if the FBI tracks down every account, even if they freeze every asset. It'll take years to get it back if you ever get it back at all, and that's assuming they can find it, which I guarantee they won't, because Angela is very, very good at what she does. So you can waste your time and energy trying to pursue me through legal channels that will drain whatever resources you have left, or you can accept that you got conned by someone better at this than you are at preventing it and move on with your life." It was the arrogance that did it, the absolute certainty in his voice that he'd won despite everything that he'd escaped. Consequences despite being exposed. And Amara felt something shift inside her. Felt the last vestiges of the woman who'd loved Dylan Whitmore burn away completely and be replaced by someone harder and fiercer and absolutely unwilling to let him win. "You made one mistake," she said quietly. Dylan raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious despite himself. "What mistake was that?" "You assumed I was like Patricia and Michelle," Amara replied. "You assumed I'd be too broken, too ashamed, too afraid to fight back. You studied the grieving daughter for 3 months. But you never bothered to learn about the businesswoman who built a $50 million company, who faced down hostile takeovers and aggressive competitors, and corporate raiders who make you look like an amateur. She saw wariness flicker across his face, saw him recalculating, saw him start to understand that maybe he'd misread something. Maybe his target wasn't as helpless as he'd assumed. While you were busy moving $4.3 million into offshore accounts this afternoon, Amara continued, her voice growing stronger. I was busy destroying your entire operation. Craig Brennan is in federal custody right now, giving statements to FBI agents. Angela Morrison is being tracked by Interpol. Every financial institution you've ever used now has your real name and your photograph and a federal warrant, and every woman you've ever targeted is here in this city right now, giving depositions to my attorney about what you did to them. Dylan's face had gone pale, and for the first time since he'd walked in, she saw genuine fear in his eyes. You're bluffing, he said, but his voice shook slightly. Am I? Amara pulled out her phone and scrolled to the messages she'd been receiving all afternoon. Check your phone, Tommy. I bet you have several missed calls from some very unhappy business associates. I bet Angela's been trying to reach you to warn you that everything's falling apart. I bet Craig's lawyers have been calling to tell you he's cooperating with prosecutors. Dylan fumbled for his phone, his hands shaking now, and as he scrolled through his messages, his expression grew darker and darker, rage and fear warring for control of his features. You bitch, he whispered. Oh, we're just getting started, Amara said, and she felt powerful in a way she'd never felt before. Felt like she was channeling her mother's fierce strength and her father's strategic brilliance. See, I also contacted Patricia Nguyen and Michelle Torres and 3 other women you destroyed, and they're all here giving depositions right now, telling their stories, documenting the pattern of your crimes. And funny thing about victims, Tommy, when they realize they're not alone. They get brave when they understand they're part of a pattern. They get angry, and when they have someone with resources willing to fight, they get justice. Dylan was on his feet now, pacing like a caged animal, and Amara could see him looking toward the door, calculating escape routes, weighing whether he had time to run before police arrived. You don't understand what you've done, he said, and there was something desperate in his voice now. These people I work with, they're not going to be happy about losing money because you got sentimental about your inheritance. There are serious people involved in this operation, and they don't like loose ends. Are you threatening me? Amara asked calmly. I'm warning you, Dylan said. This isn't a game. This isn't some corporate negotiation where everyone walks away and shakes hands. There are real consequences to what you're doing, and you need to understand that before you make this worse than it already is. Simone's voice crackled through the earpiece. Keep him talking. Police are 90 seconds away. Then I guess you better start running, Tommy, Amara said. Because in about a minute, this house is going to be surrounded by federal agents and local police, and you're going to have a choice between surrendering peacefully or making this so much worse for yourself that you'll spend the rest of your life in prison instead of just the next few decades. Dylan stared at her for a long moment, and she could see him calculating, weighing his options, deciding whether she was serious or whether this was some kind of bluff, and then the sound of sirens in the distance made the decision for him. This isn't over, he said, moving toward the back door. Yes, it is, Amara replied. It's been over since Saturday night, you just didn't know it yet. Dylan yanked open the back door and ran into the yard just as police cars surrounded the house, and Amara watched through her kitchen window as he was tackled by 2 officers before he could reach the back fence, watched as they put handcuffs on his wrists and read him his rights, watched as the man who'd spent 2.5 years destroying her was finally facing consequences for what he'd done. Simone burst through the front door moments after Dylan's arrest, her expression a mixture of professional satisfaction and genuine concern, and she crossed the living room in 3 strides to pull Amara into a hug that felt like absolution, like acknowledgement that what Amara had just done required courage that most people would never have to summon. You were incredible, Simone said, pulling back to look at Amara's face, checking for signs of trauma or shock or breakdown. Every word he said was recorded. Every confession documented, every threat captured on equipment that will hold up in any court in the country. And Amara, what you just did, keeping him talking while we got into position, maintaining your composure while he threatened you, that took more strength than most people have. Through the window, Amara could see Dylan being loaded into the back of a police car. His platinum blonde hair disheveled, now his expensive suit rumpled and stained, his perfect facade completely shattered, and she felt nothing when she looked at him. No residual affection, no misplaced sympathy, no complicated emotions about the man she'd thought she'd married, only cold satisfaction that a predator had been caught and would face consequences. "Is it really over?" she asked, because even with Dylan in handcuffs, even with evidence and documentation and recordings, some part of her couldn't quite believe that 2.5 years of lies could end so definitively, so completely. "The arrest phase is over," Simone confirmed. "Now comes the prosecution, the trial, the legal proceedings that will put Dylan and his accomplices away for decades. But yes, the immediate danger is over. He's in custody and he's not getting out on bail. Roberts already filed motions to deny bail based on flight risk and the severity of the charges." Agent Marcus Washington from the FBI's White-Collar Crime Division arrived 20 minutes later. A tall black man in his 50s with the kind of steady competence that came from decades of investigating financial fraud, and he shook Amara's hand with genuine respect, treating her not as a victim who needed protection, but as a partner who'd helped build a case against a sophisticated criminal operation. "Mrs. Bennett," he said, and she appreciated that he used her maiden name rather than the false identity Dylan had given her. "What you did today was extraordinary. The evidence you helped us gather will be instrumental in prosecuting not just Dylan Whitfield, but his entire network. And I need you to understand how significant that is, how many future victims you've saved by being willing to fight back." "I had help," Amara said, gesturing to Simone and Terrence, who'd arrived during Dylan's arrest. "I had my brother, who never stopped watching over me, even when we weren't speaking. I had Simone, who spent months investigating when she had no reason to believe anything was wrong. I had Robert, who worked through the night, building legal strategies. I had resources that most of Dylan's victims didn't have access to, and that's not fair. Agent Washington, that's not justice. Which is why we're going to use this case to change how we approach romance fraud prosecutions," Washington replied. "The pattern you helped us document, the evidence you helped us gather, the coalition of victims you helped us assemble, all of that creates a template for how we can support other women who've been targeted by operations like Dylan's and Mrs. Bennett. I promise you that this case is going to have impact far beyond putting one con artist in prison." Within an hour, Amara's house was filled with people. Police officers taking statements, FBI agents asking questions about Dylan's associates and financial structures, Robert Morrison coordinating legal strategy from her dining room table, and Terrence making coffee and ordering food. Because he understood that his sister hadn't eaten since breakfast, and adrenaline could only sustain someone for so long before the crash came. And then Patricia Nguyen arrived, the woman from Seattle who'd lost everything to Dylan's schemes 2 years ago. And when Amara opened the door and saw Patricia standing there with tears streaming down her face when Patricia whispered, Thank you for fighting back when I couldn't," something broke open in Amara's chest, and she found herself crying for the first time since Saturday night, crying for Patricia and Michelle and all the women Dylan had destroyed, crying for the naive version of herself who'd believed in fairy tales, crying with relief that it was over. "I can't believe it's really over," Patricia said, and they stood in Amara's doorway holding each other while Terrence and Simone gave them space to process. "For 2 years I've been living like a ghost, afraid to trust anyone, afraid to hope for anything, afraid that if I tried to rebuild my life, Dylan would somehow find out and come back to finish destroying me." "He can't hurt you anymore," Amara said firmly. He's in custody and he's going to stay in custody, and when this goes to trial, your testimony is going to help ensure that he never walks free again. Michelle Torres arrived that evening driving up from New Mexico, where she'd been hiding for the past year and a half. And she looked haunted in ways that made Amara understand that some of Dylan's victims would carry scars for the rest of their lives, would struggle to trust and to love and to believe in human goodness, because one predator had shown them how easily those things could be weaponized against vulnerable people. "He told me I was special," Michelle said quietly, sitting in Amara's living room with a cup of tea that Terrence had made, her hands wrapped around the ceramic warmth like it was the only solid thing in a shifting world. "He said I was different from other women, that I was stronger and smarter and more beautiful. He said I was the only person who'd ever really understood him. He told me the same thing Patricia added, word for word probably, like he had a script he followed with every target. We all were special to him," Amara said, and there was steel in her voice. Special enough to study, special enough to target, special enough to destroy. But what Dylan didn't count on was that we'd find each other, that we'd compare notes, that we'd realize his pattern and use it against him. Agent Washington had been listening to their conversation, taking notes, and now he looked up with the expression of someone who'd just understood something important. "Ladies," he said gently, "I need you to understand something. Dylan Whitfield's operation was much larger than we initially thought. We've been going through Craig Brennan's files and Angela Morrison's communications, and we've identified at least 17 total victims across 9 states. Some of them lost everything. Like you did, some escaped before major damage occurred, but all of them were targeted using the same methodology, the same manipulation techniques, the same careful exploitation of grief and loneliness and vulnerability. 17 victims, 17 women whose lives had been touched by Dylan's criminal enterprise, and Amara felt the weight of that number settle over her like a mantle of responsibility. "We need to find them," she said. "All of them, every single woman Dylan ever targeted. We need to let them know they're not alone, that there's finally a chance for justice, that they don't have to hide or feel ashamed, because what happened to them wasn't their fault. That's going to take time," Washington warned. "Some of them have disappeared. Completely. Changed their names, moved to different states, cut ties with everyone who knew them. Before Dylan, and approaching them is going to require sensitivity, because some of them may not be ready to relive their trauma." "Then we'll be patient," Amara said. "But we'll find them, because every woman who's willing to testify makes our case stronger, makes it harder for Dylan's lawyers to claim this was just a series of misunderstandings, makes it clearer that we're dealing with a professional criminal operation that targeted vulnerable women and destroyed their lives." Over the next 3 weeks, Amara found herself at the center of a growing network of survivors, women who'd been targeted by Dylan's operation and were now finding their voices, telling their stories, supporting each other through the complicated process of recovery and justice. And what emerged from those connections was something more powerful than any individual testimony could have been. They met in Amara's living room at first gathering on weekday evenings to share their experiences and coordinate with prosecutors. And each woman's story was heartbreaking in its own way, variations on the same theme of manipulation and theft. But what struck Amara most was the strength of these women, the resilience they'd maintained despite everything Dylan had done to break them. There was Carmen Rodriguez from Phoenix, a widow who'd lost her late husband's construction business to Dylan's schemes, sitting beside Michelle and holding her hand while they both cried over what they'd lost and what they'd survived. There was Diana Chen from Denver, a divorcee who'd inherited a pharmaceutical distribution company and had nearly lost it all before her accountant noticed irregularities and helped her freeze assets before Dylan could complete his theft. There was Sarah Williams from Boston, a young woman who'd inherited her grandmother's real estate portfolio and had been targeted by Dylan just 6 months ago, escaping before major damage occurred, because something about his story hadn't added up and she'd trusted her instincts enough to investigate. Each woman brought pieces of the puzzle documents Dylan had asked them to sign communications with Craig Brennan or Angela Morrison. evidence of the shell companies and offshore accounts that formed the infrastructure of Dillon's criminal enterprise, and together they built a case so comprehensive that Agent Washington said it was the most thoroughly documented romance fraud prosecution he'd seen in his 30-year career. He told me my company was struggling, and he could help stabilize it, Carmen said during one of their evening sessions, her voice carrying the pain of someone who'd believed a lie that cost her everything. He showed me projections and spreadsheets and financial analyses that made it seem like the transfers he was suggesting were smart business moves. And I trusted him because I was overwhelmed and grieving and desperate for someone to help me manage responsibilities I'd never expected to have. The projections were probably created by Angela Simone, explained, pulling up examples of similar documents she'd found in her investigation. She's an expert at making fraudulent financial schemes look legitimate, at creating documentation that passes cursory inspection, and most victims don't have the expertise or the time to dig deeper to verify the claims being made to check whether the companies receiving transfers actually exist. "I should have checked," Carmen said, and the guilt in her voice made Amara want to scream, because this was what Dillon's operation did. It didn't just steal money, it stole victims' confidence, made them doubt their own judgment, convinced them that being conned was somehow their fault rather than the fault of a professional predator who'd spent years perfecting his techniques. "You trusted someone you thought loved you," Amara said firmly. "That's not a character flaw, that's not stupidity, that's what human beings are supposed to do in healthy relationships. We're supposed to be able to trust our partners. And the fact that Dillon exploited that trust doesn't mean you did anything wrong. It means he's a criminal who deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison." The words seemed to resonate with all the women in the room, seemed to offer permission to stop blaming themselves for being targeted by a sophisticated operation, and Amara watched as shoulders straightened, as eyes cleared, as shame began transforming into anger and determination. "I want to testify," Diana said suddenly. "At the trial, when this goes to court, I want to stand up and tell everyone what Dillon did. I want a jury to hear how he studied me and manipulated me and nearly destroyed the company my father spent his whole life building." "Me too," Michelle added, and there was strength in her voice that Amara hadn't heard before. "For a year and a half, I've been hiding, too ashamed to face people who knew me before Dillon, too broken to imagine fighting back, but listening to all of you, understanding that I wasn't uniquely foolish or particularly gullible. That gives me something I haven't had since he left. It gives me my power back. All of you willing to testify makes the prosecution's case exponentially stronger," Robert Morrison said from where he'd been quietly observing their session. "Dillon's defense team is going to try to paint this as a series of civil disputes between spouses who disagreed about financial management. But when 17 women tell similar stories, when the pattern becomes undeniable, when the jury sees that this wasn't about love gone wrong but about professional predation, there's no defense strategy that can overcome that." Agent Washington nodded his agreement. "We're building what will likely be one of the largest romance fraud cases in FBI history, and the evidence you're all providing, the testimony you're willing to give, that's going to change how we prosecute these crimes, that's going to set precedents that protect future victims." But beyond the legal implications, beyond the prosecution and the evidence gathering, what Amara valued most about these gatherings was the sense of community they created, the understanding that none of them had to face this alone, that they'd formed bonds through shared trauma that were transforming into something more positive, something that looked less like a support group and more like a movement. "I want to do something," Carmen said during one evening session, her voice carrying a determination that suggested she'd been thinking about this for a while. "I want to make sure this doesn't happen to other women. I want to create resources and education and support systems so that the next person Dillon Whitfield or someone like him targets has somewhere to turn, has people who will believe her, has resources to fight back." The idea took root quickly among the group, spreading like wildfire as each woman added her own vision of what such an organization could look like, what services it could provide, what impact it could have. "We could fund education programs," Diana suggested. "Workshops for recently widowed or divorced women, seminars on financial security, and recognizing manipulation tactics, resources that teach people how to protect themselves without making them paranoid or afraid to trust anyone. And legal support, Patricia added. I know what it's like to try to fight these people without proper representation. Most victims can't afford the kind of lawyer Amara had, can't access the resources necessary to build a case, and that's not fair. That's not justice. We could create a foundation, Amara said slowly, the idea crystallizing as she spoke. Use my resources and whatever money we recover from Dylan's schemes to build something that helps other victims, something that turns our collective trauma into power, something that ensures the next woman who gets targeted by a romance fraud operation doesn't have to face it alone. The energy in the room shifted excitement, replacing grief, purpose, replacing shame. And Amara saw in the faces around her the same transformation she'd experienced, the shift from victim to survivor to warrior that happened when people decided to fight back instead of disappearing. What would we call it? Michelle asked. Amara thought about her parents, about Jacob and Diana Bennett, who'd built their fortune through honest work, and who would have wanted their money used to help others, who would have been proud to know that their daughter was turning the worst thing that had ever happened to her into something that could prevent it from happening to someone else. The Bennett Survivor Foundation, she said. Not named after Dylan's fake identity, but after my parents, after the legacy they left that Dylan tried to steal, after the values they taught me about protecting people who can't protect themselves. The name resonated through the room, and Amara saw heads nodding, saw tears in eyes that were no longer crying from grief, but from hope, from the understanding that they could build something beautiful from something terrible. The courthouse on the morning of Dylan's arraignment was a circus of media attention reporters and cameras crowding the steps, journalists shouting questions at anyone who looked like they might be connected to the case, and Amara walked through the chaos flanked by Robert Morrison and Terrence, her head held high despite the cameras flashing and the voices demanding statements. Mrs. Bennett, how does it feel to know your husband was a con artist? Are you planning to sue for damages? What message do you have for other victims of romance fraud? Amara paused at the top of the courthouse steps, and Robert had advised her not to make any statements, had warned her that anything she said could be used by Dylan's defense team to paint her as vindictive or attention-seeking, but she had something to say, and the whole world was watching, and she wasn't going to waste the opportunity. My message is simple, she said clearly, her voice carrying across the crowd. If someone has stolen from you, if someone has lied to you, if someone has made you feel ashamed of being deceived, you are not alone. You are not weak. You are not stupid. You are a victim of a crime, and you deserve justice. And if you need help, if you need resources, if you need someone to believe your story, the Bennett Survivor Foundation will be there for you. The questions intensified after that reporter sensing a story bigger than just one woman's betrayal, understanding that this was about a movement about survivors fighting back, about changing how society viewed and responded to romance fraud. But Robert was already guiding her into the courthouse, already protecting her from having to answer questions that might compromise the legal case they were building. Inside the courthouse, the atmosphere was different, more subdued, but no less intense, with federal prosecutors huddled in conference rooms going over evidence with Dylan's defense team, looking grim as they realized the scope of what they were facing, with 17 women who'd traveled from 9 different states to watch the man who'd destroyed their lives be arraigned on charges that could put him away for decades. Patricia found Amara in the hallway outside the courtroom, and they stood together, not speaking, just drawing strength from each other's presence, understanding without words that they'd come too far to back down now that too much was at stake to let fear or shame silence them. I'm scared, Patricia admitted quietly. What if his lawyers are as good as everyone says? What if they find some technicality, some loophole, some way to make this all go away? They won't, Amara said with absolute conviction. We have too much evidence. Too many victims, too clear a pattern, and even if they try every trick they know, even if they delay and obfuscate and attempt to confuse the jury, We have something they can't overcome." "What's that?" "The truth," Amara replied. "And 17 women brave enough to tell it." The courtroom was packed when proceedings began, every seat filled with victims and supporters and journalists documenting what Agent Washington had called one of the most significant romance fraud prosecutions in modern history. And when Dylan was led in wearing an orange jumpsuit, his platinum blonde hair disheveled and his usual confident demeanor replaced by the hollow look of a man whose world had collapsed, Amara felt nothing. No residual affection, no complicated emotions, only cold satisfaction that justice was finally happening. The defendant is charged with 31 counts of wire fraud, 17 counts of identity theft, 8 counts of money laundering, and 1 count of racketeering, the prosecutor announced, her voice carrying clearly through the silent courtroom. The government is seeking detention without bail given the defendant's history of using false identities, his pattern of targeting victims across state lines, his access to substantial financial resources through offshore accounts, and the flight risk he presents. Dylan's court-appointed attorney, a tired-looking public defender who'd clearly been assigned the case that morning and had no idea what he was walking into, made a half-hearted argument for bail that was immediately dismantled by the prosecutor's presentation of evidence showing Dylan's multiple fake identities, his history of fleeing jurisdictions when investigations got too close, his network of accomplices who could help him disappear. The defendant has demonstrated a sophisticated pattern of assuming false identities and targeting victims across state and international lines, Judge Martinez said sternly, her expression making clear what she thought of men who preyed on vulnerable women. Given the nature of these alleged crimes, the substantial financial resources potentially available to the defendant through offshore accounts, and the very real flight risk presented by someone who has successfully evaded law enforcement multiple times in the past, I find that no amount of bail would reasonably ensure the defendant's appearance at trial. Dylan would remain in federal custody until his trial locked in a cell, instead of living the comfortable life he'd built on stolen money, and Amara felt Patricia's hand squeeze hers, felt the solidarity of women who'd survived and were now watching their predator face consequences. After the arraignment, Agent Washington approached their group with news that made Amara understand how far-reaching Dylan's operation had been. "We've made contact with 6 more victims," he said, his voice carrying both satisfaction at the growing case and sorrow for the additional women who'd been hurt. "They're all willing to cooperate with the prosecution, all willing to testify if necessary. And Mrs. Bennett, what you said on the courthouse steps, that statement about the foundation we've already had, calls from other women asking for help, asking if their situations might be similar to what Dylan did to you." 6 more victims meant 23. Total 23 women across potentially a dozen states whose lives had been touched by Dylan's criminal enterprise, and the scope of it was staggering, the understanding that one man with enough charm and enough practice could destroy so many lives before finally being stopped. "And there's something else," Washington continued. "We've recovered approximately $6.8 million from the offshore accounts Dylan and Angela set up. It's going to take time to sort out who's owed what, but there should be enough to compensate all the victims substantially. Maybe not make everyone completely whole, but enough to help people rebuild." 6.8 million recovered, which meant Dylan had been planning this operation for much longer than anyone had realized, had been systematically stealing from women for years, building a nest egg that would have let him retire comfortably if Amara and Terrence and Simone hadn't stopped him. "What happens to the earlier victims?" Michelle asked. "The ones who might not even know that Dylan's been arrested. That's where we need your help," Washington replied. "All of you. We're going to be reaching out to women who might have been targeted, but they're more likely to trust other survivors than FBI agents, more likely to open up to people who've been through what they've been through. And if you're willing to help us contact them to share your stories and let them know there's finally justice happening, that would be invaluable." Over the following 3 weeks, the pressure on Dylan's defense intensified as more victims came forward, as evidence piled higher. as the pattern became so clear and so damning that even the most expensive lawyers couldn't find ways to explain it away. And Amara watched from the center of a growing movement as her personal trauma transformed into something larger, something that had the potential to change how society viewed and responded to romance fraud. Patricia had relocated permanently to Amara's city, taking an apartment downtown and beginning the process of rebuilding her life with the support of women who understood what she'd been through and watching her friend slowly reclaim her confidence, slowly remember how to trust, slowly believe that she deserved good things. Made Amara understand that justice wasn't just about putting Dylan in prison, it was about helping his victims heal. Michelle was still fragile, still struggling with anxiety and trust issues that might take years of therapy to overcome, but she'd stopped hiding, had returned to using her real name, had begun the process of reconnecting with friends and family. She'd cut off during Dylan's operation, and that felt like its own kind of victory. Carmen had thrown herself into planning the Bennett Survivor Foundation with an energy that suggested she was channeling her grief and rage into something productive, something that would ensure her suffering had meaning. And her vision for what the organization could become was inspiring comprehensive education programs and legal support and victim advocacy and research into how to prevent romance fraud before it happened. And Diana, who'd escaped Dylan's operation with minimal financial damage, had used her pharmaceutical industry connections to raise awareness about romance fraud in professional circles, had given talks at conferences about recognizing manipulation tactics, had become an advocate for better protections and support systems for potential victims. Each woman was finding her own path to healing her own way of transforming trauma into purpose, and Amara felt honored to be part of it. Felt grateful that Terrence's warning had saved her not just from financial ruin, but from the kind of soul-crushing defeat that might have prevented her from fighting back. The trial's scheduled for 3 months from now, Robert told her during one of their regular strategy sessions. Dylan's defense team is trying every delay tactic they can think of, but Judge Martinez isn't having it. She's fast-tracking this because she understands the importance of bringing it to trial quickly, of not letting victims wait years for justice. "What are his chances?" Amara asked, though she already knew the answer. "With the evidence we have with the number of victims willing to testify with the recordings you helped us capture." Robert smiled grimly. "His lawyers are going to try their best. They're going to attempt to discredit witnesses and question evidence and create doubt wherever they can. But, Amara, this case is as close to a sure thing as any prosecution ever gets. Dylan Whitfield is going to spend decades in federal prison. And when he gets out, if he lives long enough to get out, he'll be too old and too broken to ever run this kind of operation again." The certainty in Robert's voice was comforting, but Amara knew better than to assume victory. Before the jury delivered its verdict, knew that trials could be unpredictable. Knew that sometimes the guilty walked free because of technicalities or persuasive defense attorneys or juries that made decisions based on emotion rather than evidence. But she also knew that they'd built the strongest case possible, that they'd documented Dylan's crimes so thoroughly that any reasonable jury would see the truth, and that 23 women were ready to stand up and tell their stories, to face their predator in court, and refuse to let him win through intimidation or shame. "I'm ready," she said to Robert. And she meant it in ways that went beyond just the legal case, meant that she was ready to move forward with her life, ready to build the foundation and help other victims, and prove that Dylan Whitfield hadn't broken her, but had instead revealed a strength she hadn't known she possessed. 3 months passed in a blur of preparation and testimony rehearsals, and meetings with prosecutors who wanted to ensure that every victim understood what would happen in court, how Dylan's defense team would try to undermine their credibility, how important it was to stay calm and factual and consistent, even when being cross-examined by attorneys whose job was to make them doubt their own memories. Amara had thought she was prepared for the trial, had believed that after everything she'd been through, nothing could shake her, but walking into that courtroom on the first day of proceedings and seeing Dylan sitting at the defense table in an expensive suit that his lawyers had provided to make him look respectable and harmless, seeing him turn and look at her with eyes that carried no remorse and no shame. Only calculation and cold assessment made her understand that this would be harder than she'd imagined. The prosecution's opening statement was devastating, a methodical presentation of evidence that laid out Dylan's operation in language so clear and damning that Amara couldn't imagine how any jury could hear it and not understand exactly what he'd done. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Federal Prosecutor Sarah Chen began, her voice carrying authority and conviction. Over the next few weeks, you're going to hear from 23 women whose lives were systematically destroyed by the defendant Dylan Whitfield, a man who built his entire existence on lies and manipulation, a man who studied vulnerable women the way a predator studies prey, a man who spent years perfecting techniques designed to exploit grief and loneliness and trust, and a man who showed absolutely no remorse as he stole millions of dollars from people who believed he loved them. She walked the jury through the timeline, starting with Dylan's earliest known victims and progressing chronologically through his career of fraud, and with each woman's story the pattern became clearer, the methodology more obvious, the professional sophistication of his operation more apparent. The defense is going to try to convince you that these were just civil disputes between spouses, that Dylan Whitfield was a loving husband who made some financial decisions. His wives disagreed with that. This is about vindictive women seeking revenge rather than about a professional criminal operation. Chen continued. But the evidence will show you something very different. It will show you a man who used multiple fake identities, a man who created elaborate backstories complete with false family histories and fabricated credentials, a man who worked with a network of accomplices to create fraudulent documents and offshore accounts, a man who studied each victim for months before approaching them, learning their vulnerabilities and their patterns and their weaknesses so he could exploit them with maximum efficiency. The defense's opening statement, delivered by Catherine Walsh, who Dylan's family had somehow hired despite his assets being frozen, attempted to reframe the narrative to paint Dylan as a victim of overzealous prosecution and vindictive ex-wives, but even Walsh seemed to recognize how uphill her battle would be. "My client fell in love with the wrong women," she said, and Amara had to admire the audacity of the strategy, even as she hated everything it represented. He made mistakes in choosing partners who valued money more than relationships, who used the legal system to punish him when their marriages ended, and yes, he moved money around in ways that maybe weren't ideal. But moving money between accounts you have legal access to is not a crime. And that's all the evidence will show, that Dylan Whitfield accessed accounts he was authorized to access and made financial decisions that were within his rights as a spouse. But the prosecution had anticipated this strategy, had prepared for Walsh's attempts to normalize Dylan's behavior. And when Agent Washington took the stand to present the evidence of Dylan's multiple identities, his criminal history, his network of accomplices, the defense's narrative began crumbling under the weight of facts that couldn't be explained away. "This is not a man who made mistakes in love," Washington testified, presenting documentation of Dylan's fake identities with photographs showing him in different contexts using different names. "This is a professional con artist who ran a sophisticated criminal enterprise targeting wealthy women across multiple states, who worked with accomplices to create fraudulent documentation, who used psychological manipulation techniques that he'd refined over years of practice, and who showed no remorse as he destroyed lives and stole fortunes." When Patricia took the stand on day 3 of the trial, Amara sat in the front row of the gallery, providing silent support as her friend testified about meeting Dylan at a technology conference in Seattle, about the whirlwind romance that had seemed too perfect to be true, about the marriage that had felt like salvation after a difficult divorce, and about the slow realization that everything had been a lie. "He made me feel safe," Patricia said, her voice steady despite the tears on her cheeks. "After my divorce, I was vulnerable and scared and uncertain about my future, and Dylan seemed to understand exactly what I needed. He asked thoughtful questions about my business. He remembered details from our conversations. He made me feel like I was the most important person in his world." "And when did you give him access to your financial accounts?" Chen asked gently. "About 6 months into our marriage," Patricia replied. He said it would be more efficient if he managed our joint finances. He said his family had experience with complex investments and that I could focus on running my business while he took care of the money side. And I trusted him because he was my husband, because we'd made vows to each other, because that's what married people do. They trust each other. The prosecution walked Patricia through the timeline of transfers showing the jury how Dylan had systematically moved her assets into accounts she couldn't access, how he'd created documentation that made everything look legitimate, how by the time she'd understood what was happening, her business had been bankrupted, and her personal savings had disappeared into offshore accounts that investigators still hadn't fully traced. When Walsh cross-examined Patricia, her strategy became clear. She was going to try to make each victim seem complicit in their own victimization, going to suggest that they'd been willing participants who'd only claimed fraud after their marriages ended badly. Miss Nguyen Walsh began her tone gentle but her questions sharp. "Isn't it true that your business was already struggling financially when you met Mr. Whitfield?" "It was going through a challenging period," Patricia admitted. "And isn't it true that you were grateful when Mr. Whitfield offered to help stabilize your finances?" "I was grateful for what I thought was his support." "Yes. And isn't it true that you signed every document voluntarily, that you had time to review them with your own attorney, that no one forced you to give Mr. Whitfield access to your accounts?" Patricia's hands tightened on the witness stand railing. "I signed documents that I thought were part of normal financial planning for married couples. I trusted my husband because that's what wives are supposed to do, and he exploited that trust to steal everything I had." The exchange went on for hours, Walsh attempting to undermine Patricia's credibility, suggesting she'd been an active participant in financial decisions. She now regretted implying that her claims of fraud were really just buyer's remorse about a marriage that hadn't worked out. But Patricia held firm, refusing to accept responsibility for being targeted by a professional predator. Michelle's testimony was similarly powerful, and Carmen's and Diana's, and each of the 23 women who took the stand told variations of the same story. Meeting a charming man at a professional event or charity function, experiencing a whirlwind romance that felt magical, getting married quickly, giving their husband access to finances, and then watching helplessly as their assets disappeared into accounts they couldn't control. But the most devastating testimony came from Amara herself when she took the stand on day 12 of the trial and looked directly at Dylan while describing how he'd studied her for 3 months before approaching her, how he'd exploited her grief over her parents' death, how he'd isolated her from her brother and her friends, how he'd systematically positioned himself to steal $50 million on the night of their anniversary. "He told me I was the easiest mark he'd ever worked," Amara said, and her voice carried through the silent courtroom with the weight of truth that couldn't be denied. "He told me he'd studied me for 3 months before we met, that he knew I was lonely and vulnerable and desperate for someone to love me. He told me he targeted me specifically because I was young enough to be naive and old enough to have serious money. And he said all of this without any remorse, without any recognition that he'd done anything wrong, because to Dylan Whitfield I was never a person, I was just an asset to be acquired and liquidated and converted into profit." Walsh's cross-examination was aggressive, attempting to paint Amara as a vindictive wife who'd orchestrated an elaborate revenge scheme. But the recordings Simone had captured undermined every argument Walsh tried to make, because they had Dylan, in his own words, confessing to his crimes, bragging about his methodology, describing Amara and the other victims as marks and targets rather than human beings. When the prosecution played those recordings for the jury, when Dylan's voice filled the courtroom describing how he'd manipulated Amara and exploited her vulnerabilities, several jurors looked visibly disgusted, and Amara saw Walsh's shoulders slump slightly, saw the defense attorney recognize that her client had condemned himself more effectively than any prosecutor ever could. The trial lasted 5 weeks, and by the end of it, Amara felt wrung out and exhausted, but also strangely lighter, as if testifying had been a kind of exorcism, a purging of the poison Dylan had injected into her life. And when the jury retired to deliberate, she sat in the courtroom surrounded by the women who'd become her sisters in survival and waited for justice. The deliberation lasted less than 4 hours. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" Judge Martinez asked. "We have your honor. On count 1, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, how do you find guilty? On count 2, wire fraud in the first degree, how do you find guilty? On count 3, identity theft, guilty. Guilty on all 31 counts, guilty on every charge, guilty in a verdict so comprehensive and unanimous that there could be no doubt about what the jury thought of Dylan Whitfield and his criminal enterprise." And Amara sat in that courtroom surrounded by women crying with relief and felt something she hadn't experienced since before Terrence's warning text had arrived at Bellissimo Restaurant. She felt peace. Dylan was led away in handcuffs, his expensive suit and perfect grooming unable to disguise the fact that he was just another criminal facing justice, and he didn't look at Amara as he passed, didn't acknowledge the women whose lives he'd destroyed, just kept his eyes forward as if he could will himself into a reality where none of this was happening. Judge Martinez scheduled sentencing for the following month, but everyone knew what the outcome would be with his criminal history and the scale of his crimes. Dylan was looking at decades in federal prison, looking at spending the rest of his productive life behind bars, looking at dying as an old man in a cell if he lived long enough to see parole. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed again, but this time Amara was ready for them, had prepared a statement with Robert's help, had something to say that went beyond just her personal victory. "Today, 23 women got justice," she said, her voice carrying across the crowd of journalists and cameras. "But somewhere out there, right now, another woman is having dinner with a charming man who's studied her weaknesses. Another woman is signing papers she doesn't fully understand. Another woman is trusting someone who's planning her destruction. And that's why the work of the Bennett Survivor Foundation is so important. That's why we need to change how society views romance fraud. That's why we need to believe victims when they come forward instead of asking what they did wrong. Because being targeted by a professional predator is not a character flaw. It's a crime that deserves justice and support and resources to help people rebuild." The questions came fast after that, but Robert was already guiding her toward the car, already protecting her from having to engage with a media circus that would sensationalize her pain. And as they drove away from the courthouse, Amara looked back at the building where Dylan had been convicted and thought about how much had changed since that Saturday night 4 months ago. She'd lost a husband, but gained a family. She'd lost her naive trust in people, but gained wisdom and strength she'd never known she possessed. She'd lost the comfortable fiction that the world was fair and people were generally good, but gained the understanding that sometimes the worst things that happen to you become the catalyst for the best things you build. And sitting in the car with Terrence driving and Simone in the passenger seat and Patricia and Michelle in the back beside her, Amara understood that she wasn't the same woman who'd walked into Bellissimo Restaurant believing in fairy tales. She was someone harder and wiser and absolutely determined to make sure Dylan Whitfield's crimes meant something, led to change, created a legacy that would protect the next woman who found herself targeted by a predator in expensive clothes who claimed to love her. The security camera footage had been uploaded anonymously to social media within hours of Dylan's arrest, and by the time Amara woke up, the morning after his conviction, it had been viewed 78 million times, shared across every platform, dissected by commentators and journalists and ordinary people who saw in her story something that resonated with their own experiences of being manipulated or gaslit or made to doubt their own instincts. The video showed Dylan running through her backyard, his platinum blonde hair disheveled and his expensive suit jacket flapping as he tried to escape, showed the moment police tackled him before he could reach the fence. Showed him being handcuffed and led away while Amara's voice could be heard through the open window saying with devastating clarity, "Yes, it is. It's been over since Saturday night. You just didn't know it yet." But what made the video go viral wasn't just the dramatic arrest. It was the audio of Amara refusing to be a victim in her own story, standing her ground against a man who'd spent years thinking he could manipulate anyone and women across the world. Recognized that voice, that strength, that absolute refusal to let a predator win. The hashtag, the anniversary text, started trending at #1 within 24 hours of the verdict, with women sharing their own stories of manipulation and abuse and narrow escapes. And what emerged was a movement much larger than just Dylan's prosecution. It was a collective awakening about how common romance fraud was, how sophisticated the techniques had become, how many people were being targeted without ever realizing they were marks in someone else's criminal enterprise. A woman in Australia shared her story of almost marrying a man who'd been planning to steal her inheritance, recognizing the warning signs only after reading about Dylan's trial. A man in Canada described how his mother had lost everything to a romance scammer who'd used techniques eerily similar to Dylan's operation. A therapist in London wrote a thread about the psychological manipulation tactics used by romance fraudsters and how they exploited normal human needs for connection and trust. And through it all, the Bennett Survivor Foundation's phone lines were ringing constantly, emails flooding in from people asking for help, asking if their situations might be similar to what had happened to Amara and the other victims, asking where they could find resources and support and people who would believe them when they said something felt wrong about their relationships. "We're getting calls from across the country," Carmen reported during a foundation board meeting 3 weeks after the verdict. Women who read about the trial and recognized patterns in their own relationships, men whose sisters or mothers or daughters are being targeted therapists, asking for training on how to recognize and address romance fraud with their clients. We're completely overwhelmed. The foundation had officially launched 2 weeks after Dylan's conviction, funded by Amara's resources and the recovered money from offshore accounts, and what had started as a small operation run out of a rented office space had quickly grown into something much larger. Something that demanded a real infrastructure and professional staff and the kind of organizational structure that Amara's business training had prepared her to build. They'd hired 5 full-time employees in the first month, including a director of victim services, an education coordinator, a legal advocate, and 2 administrative staff to handle the volume of incoming requests, and they were already planning to expand to open satellite offices in other cities to create a network of resources that could support victims across the country. The educational programs are incredibly popular, Diana reported, pulling up statistics on her laptop. We've delivered workshops to over 3,000 women in the first month alone, teaching them how to recognize manipulation tactics, how to protect their finances, how to trust their instincts when something feels wrong, and the feedback we're getting is extraordinary. Women are saying this is information they wish they'd had years ago. Information that could have prevented them from being victimized. Patricia had taken on the role of development director, using her technology background to build partnerships with other organizations and secure funding that would allow the foundation to expand its reach, and her transformation from broken victim to powerful advocate was inspiring to everyone who knew her story. We've received commitments from 12 major corporations to fund our programs, she announced. Tech companies who understand that romance fraud often targets successful professional women. Financial institutions who want to help their clients recognize and prevent fraud. Law firms offering pro bono services to victims who can't afford legal representation. The support has been overwhelming, but the most significant development came when Michelle, who'd been working quietly on her own project for weeks, presented her vision for a survivor network that would connect victims across the country, creating peer support groups and mentorship programs and advocacy initiatives that would transform individual trauma into collective power. I was thinking about how isolated I felt after Dylan destroyed my life, Michelle said, her voice stronger now than it had been months ago. How I changed my name and moved to a new town and cut off everyone who knew me because I was so ashamed. And I realized that shame is what these predators count on. Shame is what keeps victims silent. Shame is what allows romance fraud to continue thriving because people are too embarrassed to admit they were conned. She pulled up a presentation showing her proposed network structure, a comprehensive system of regional chapters and online communities and crisis hotlines and resource directories that would ensure no victim ever had to face their situation alone. We create a network where survivors can connect with other survivors, where someone in Seattle who's just discovered her husband is a fraud can talk to someone in Phoenix who's been through it and came out the other side, where we turn our collective experience into wisdom that helps the next person who needs it, Michelle explained. And we do it all with the understanding that being targeted is not shameful. Fighting back is powerful, and healing is possible when you have people who understand what you've been through. The board approved Michelle's proposal unanimously, and within weeks, the Survivor Network had grown to include chapters in 15 cities, online forums with thousands of members, and a 24-hour hotline staffed by trained volunteers who were themselves survivors, who could offer not just sympathy, but genuine understanding of what it felt like to have your life destroyed by someone you trusted. And through it all, the media attention continued, with major news outlets running features on the Bennett Survivor Foundation, with Amara being invited to speak at conferences and universities about romance fraud and financial exploitation, with the trial becoming a case study in law schools and criminal justice programs about how to prosecute complex fraud operations. But the attention also brought criticism, with some commentators suggesting that Amara and the other victims bore some responsibility for being conned, that they should have been more careful about who they married, that successful professional women should have known better than to trust charming men with their money. "They're saying we were stupid," Carmen said one evening, reading through social media comments that blamed victims for their own victimization. "They're saying we deserved what happened because we should have seen the red flags. They're saying Dylan was just a smart businessman who took advantage of opportunities that were freely offered." "Let them say it," Amara replied, and there was steel in her voice. "Let them reveal their ignorance and their misogyny and their fundamental misunderstanding of how sophisticated these operations are, because every person who blames victims for being targeted is someone who doesn't understand that romance fraud is a crime, not a character flaw, and our job is to educate them, not to let their ignorance silence us." The Foundation's response to victim blaming was to double down on education, creating public awareness campaigns that explained the psychological techniques used by romance fraudsters, the way they studied targets and exploited vulnerabilities and created situations where normal trust became a weapon, and slowly, the narrative began to shift. Jada had been Amara's anchor through all of it, her 12-year-old daughter's clear-eyed understanding of what had happened, providing a kind of moral compass that cut through the complexity and reminded Amara why this work mattered. Mommy Jada had said one evening as they sat together reviewing Foundation materials, "If bad people are this good at pretending to be good, shouldn't good people be even better at helping each other see the truth?" The question had stopped Amara cold, had made her realize that her daughter had articulated the Foundation's entire mission in a single innocent observation. And when they held their next board meeting, Amara proposed making Jada's question their official mission statement, a reminder that education and support and collective wisdom were the best defenses against predators who relied on isolation and shame to succeed. 6 months after Dylan's conviction, Agent Washington called with news that the investigation had expanded beyond anything they'd initially imagined. They'd identified 37 total victims across 14 states, some going back over a decade, and every one of them was being contacted, offered support, given resources to help them rebuild. "This case has changed how we approach romance fraud prosecutions," Washington told Amara during a meeting at the Foundation's new offices. "The model, you helped us build the coalition of victims testifying together, the comprehensive documentation, the survivor support network we're using. All of it as a template for other cases, and, Mrs. Bennett, I need you to understand how significant that is, how many future victims are going to be helped, because you refused to be silent." The sentencing hearing was scheduled for 7 months after the conviction. And when Amara walked into that courtroom surrounded by 23 women who'd survived Dylan's operation, She felt not vengeance, but something more powerful. She felt the certainty that they'd transformed their collective trauma into a movement that would outlast any single criminal prosecution. Dylan looked smaller somehow when he was led in for sentencing, diminished by months in custody and the weight of his guilt, and when Judge Martinez asked if he had anything to say before she passed sentence, he stood and delivered a statement that was so obviously crafted by his lawyers, so transparently designed to generate sympathy that Amara almost felt sorry for him. "I want to apologize to everyone I've hurt," Dylan said, and his voice carried none of the charm that had once captivated vulnerable women. "I made terrible mistakes. I let greed and ambition override my moral compass, and I deeply regret the pain I've caused. I hope someday these women can forgive me." The words were empty, devoid of genuine remorse, reading like a script he'd memorized rather than feelings he actually experienced, and Judge Martinez's expression made clear she saw through the performance. "Mr. Whitfield," she said, and her voice carried the weight of judgment. "Over the course of this trial, I've heard testimony from 37 women whose lives you systematically destroyed. I've reviewed evidence showing that you spent over a decade running a sophisticated criminal enterprise designed to exploit vulnerable people. I've listened to recordings where you described your victims as marks and bragged about how easy they were to manipulate, and nothing in your statement today suggests you actually understand the gravity of what you've done." She outlined the sentences on each count, federal guidelines and aggravating factors, and the need to send a message that romance fraud would be prosecuted with the full weight of the law. And when she finished adding up the consecutive sentences Dylan was facing, 26 years in federal prison, would be 72 years old before he was eligible for parole, would spend the best years of his life in a cell paying for what he'd done to women who'd only wanted to be loved. "I hope you spend every day of your sentence thinking about the lives you destroyed," Judge Martinez concluded. "And I hope when you're finally released, if you live long enough to be released, you're too old and too broken to ever hurt anyone again." As Dylan was led away, Amara felt Patricia's hand slip into hers on one side and Michelle's on the other, felt the solidarity of women who'd fought back and won, who'd transformed their pain into power, who'd built something lasting from the ashes of Dylan's lies. The Bennett Survivor Foundation's first anniversary celebration was held in a converted warehouse with bright windows and exposed brick walls, the kind of space that suggested both history and possibility. And Amara stood at the front of the room, looking out at 300 people who'd come to mark a year of extraordinary growth and impact. The statistics were staggering in ways that made Amara's throat tight with emotion. In 12 months, they'd helped 547 victims of romance fraud navigate legal systems and recover assets. They'd delivered educational programs to over 8,000 people across 23 states. They'd provided free legal services to 96 women who couldn't afford representation. They'd established survivor support groups in 38 cities. And they'd successfully advocated for new legislation in 6 states that strengthened protections against financial exploitation. "When we started this foundation," Amara said, addressing the crowd that included survivors and supporters and journalists documenting their work, "I thought we'd be helping maybe a few dozen people. I thought romance fraud was a relatively rare crime that affected a small number of women. But what we've learned over this past year is that these operations are everywhere. They're sophisticated and widespread and devastating, and the only reason they've been allowed to continue for so long is because victims were too ashamed to speak up, and society was too willing to blame them for being conned." She saw heads nodding throughout the room, saw women who'd been helped by the foundation and women who'd helped build it, saw Terrence and Simone standing together in the back, saw Robert Morrison, who'd donated hundreds of hours of legal work, saw Agent Washington, who'd become a partner in their advocacy efforts. "But we're changing that narrative," Amara continued. "Every woman who tells her story, every survivor who reaches out to help the next victim, every educational program that teaches people to trust their instincts, every piece of legislation that makes it harder for predators to operate, All of it contributes to a world where romance fraud becomes less profitable and less sustainable and less able to destroy lives with impunity. Patricia took the microphone next, and her transformation from the broken woman Amara had met a year ago was so complete that it took your breath away. She stood tall and confident and absolutely certain of her worth, and when she spoke about the Foundation's work, her voice carried the authority of someone who knew firsthand what they were fighting against. "A year ago, I was working retail and hiding from everyone who knew me before Dylan," she said. "I'd changed my name, moved to a new city, cut off friends and family because I was so ashamed of being conned, and I thought I'd spend the rest of my life in that kind of half-existence, too broken to rebuild and too scared to try." She paused, looking around the room at faces that understood exactly what she meant. "But this foundation, this community of survivors, gave me something I'd lost. It gave me my power back. It gave me permission to stop blaming myself for being targeted by a professional predator. And it gave me a purpose helping other women avoid what happened to me, ensuring that the next person, Dylan Whitfield or someone like him targets, has resources and support and people who will believe her story." Michelle spoke next, and Carmen and Diana and each of the women who'd testified at Dylan's trial and their stories wove together into a tapestry of survival and resilience that made Amara understand that what they'd built was bigger than any individual tragedy. It was a movement that would continue long after Dylan's sentence was complete, long after the media attention faded, long after Amara herself stepped back from day-to-day operations. The keynote speaker was Dr. Rebecca Walsh, a psychologist who specialized in studying financial exploitation and who'd been working with the Foundation to develop better screening tools and intervention strategies. "What the Bennett Survivor Foundation has accomplished in just 1 year is remarkable," Dr. Walsh said. "They've created a model for how we can support victims of romance fraud that goes beyond just legal prosecution. They've recognized that healing requires community and education and advocacy, and they've built infrastructure that addresses all of those needs simultaneously." She presented research showing that victims who connected with the Foundation's support network recovered faster, reported higher levels of trust in future relationships, and were more likely to rebuild their financial security than victims who tried to navigate recovery alone. The isolation that romance fraudsters cultivate in their targets doesn't end when the con is exposed, Dr. Walsh explained. Many victims struggle with shame and self-blame that can persist for years. But when you connect them with other survivors, when you show them they're not alone and they're not stupid, and what happened wasn't their fault, you break that isolation and create pathways to healing that wouldn't exist otherwise. The anniversary celebration concluded with the announcement of a major expansion. The Foundation would be opening a national training center where law enforcement, social workers, therapists, and other professionals could learn to recognize and respond to romance fraud, and they'd be launching a research initiative to study the long-term psychological and financial impacts of these crimes. "We're also announcing the Richardson Memorial Scholarship," Amara said, using her parents' real name for the program. "Full funding for daughters of romance fraud victims to attend college, because we recognize that these crimes don't just affect the direct targets, they affect entire families, and we want to ensure that the next generation has opportunities despite what their mothers went through." The scholarship was named after Bennett family, but honored all the parents and children who'd been collateral damage in Dylan's operation, and when Amara announced that the first recipient would be Jada, who'd been accepted to MIT's early college program, the room erupted in applause that felt like affirmation, like acknowledgement that good could come from terrible things if you were willing to fight for it. Later that evening, after the celebration had ended and the crowd had dispersed, Amara stood in the Foundation's office with Terrence and looked at photographs covering the walls, images of women they'd helped and programs they'd created and moments that had defined their first year. "Mom and Dad would be proud," Terrence said quietly. "I think they would," Amara agreed. "Not because of the money or the success or the media attention, but because we took something terrible and built something beautiful from it, because we turned being targeted into being powerful, because we refused to let Dylan Whitfield's lies define our story. She thought about that Saturday night at Bellissimo restaurant that felt like a lifetime ago, about the text message that had shattered her world, about the choice she'd made to fight instead of flee. And she understood that every difficult moment since then had been worth it. Every testimony and every confrontation and every sleepless night had led to this, to a foundation that was changing lives, and a movement that was changing narratives, and a future where fewer women would have to experience what she'd experienced. "Do you ever think about him?" Terrence asked. "About Dylan? About what he's doing in prison?" "Sometimes," Amara admitted, "but not the way you might think. I don't hate him anymore. I don't spend energy on anger or revenge fantasies. I just feel nothing when I think about him, like he's become irrelevant to my life in the same way I was always irrelevant to his." It was true somewhere in the process of building the foundation and helping other victims and transforming her trauma into purpose. Dylan had stopped being the central figure in her story. He'd become just a plot point, a catalyst that had revealed her strength, but that no longer defined who she was or who she was becoming. 26 years is a long time, Terrence observed. "It is," Amara agreed. "And when he gets out, if he lives long enough to get out, he'll find a world that's changed, where romance fraud is taken seriously and survivors are believed, and women like us have built systems to protect the vulnerable, and maybe, just maybe, that'll be punishment enough, knowing that he failed, not just to destroy me, but to stop the movement his crimes helped create." 3 years after Dylan's sentencing, Amara stood in the Bennett Survivor Foundation's national headquarters, a 5-story building in the heart of the city with conference rooms and training facilities and office space for the 75 full-time employees who now worked to support victims of financial exploitation. And she thought about how far they'd come from that first meeting in her living room, when the idea of a foundation had seemed ambitious and maybe impossible. The scope of their work had expanded beyond anything she'd imagined that first year. They now operated in 43 states with regional offices in 18 major cities. They'd helped over 4,000 victims recover assets totaling more than $68 million. They'd trained law enforcement across the country to recognize and investigate romance fraud, and they'd successfully advocated for federal legislation that made financial exploitation in intimate relationships a specific crime with enhanced penalties. Patricia had been promoted to executive director, running day-to-day operations with the kind of strategic brilliance that reminded everyone why she'd been successful enough to become Dylan's target in the first place, and under her leadership, the foundation had become the national authority on romance fraud prevention and victim support. Michelle had published a memoir about her experience that became a bestseller and raised awareness about the psychological impacts of financial exploitation. And she now traveled the country, giving talks at universities and conferences, helping people understand that being conned was not a character flaw but a crime that required society's response. Carmen had used her construction industry connections to build partnerships with professional organizations, creating educational programs specifically designed for high-net-worth individuals who were often targeted by sophisticated fraud operations, and her work had prevented dozens of potential victims from falling for scams similar to Dylan's. And Diana had become the Foundation's chief researcher, publishing peer-reviewed studies on the methods and impacts of romance fraud that were changing how psychologists and law enforcement understood and responded to these crimes. Each of the women who'd testified at Dylan's trial had found her own path to healing, and purpose had transformed her trauma into something that helped others, had proven that survivors could become more than their victimization if given support and resources and community. But the Foundation's impact went beyond just the original group. They were helping people who'd never heard of Dylan Whitfield, victims of different predators, running different operations. Women and men and people of all backgrounds who'd been targeted by someone who'd studied their vulnerabilities and exploited their trust. And with each person, they helped. The Foundation's mission felt more urgent, more important, more necessary. Jada was now 15, thriving at MIT, where she was studying computer science with a focus on financial security systems following in her grandparents' entrepreneurial footsteps, but with a passion for using technology to protect vulnerable people. And Amara couldn't have been more proud of the brilliant, compassionate young woman her daughter was becoming. Mom Jada had said during a recent visit home, "I've been thinking about building an app that could help people recognize manipulation tactics in real time, like an AI that analyzes communication patterns and flags potential romance fraud before major damage occurs. Do you think the Foundation would be interested in something like that?" The question had made Amara's heart swell because it showed that Jada had internalized the lessons of what had happened with Dylan, had understood that the best response to being targeted wasn't shame or retreat, but innovation and protection. And yes, the Foundation was absolutely interested in any technology that could help prevent these crimes. Terrence had reconnected with Simone during the investigation, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more. And watching her brother find love with someone who understood the importance of protecting vulnerable people who dedicated her career to fighting injustice made Amara believe that good things could come from terrible situations if you were willing to stay open to possibility. They'd gotten married 2 years after Dylan's sentencing in a quiet ceremony that felt like a celebration, not just of their relationship, but of the family bonds that had been repaired through crisis. And Amara stood beside her brother at his wedding and thought about how different things might have been if Terrence hadn't sent that warning text, if he hadn't been watching over her even during their estrangement, if he hadn't loved her enough to act even when it was difficult. Robert Morrison had become the Foundation's legal counsel, donating his time and expertise to ensure that every victim who needed representation had access to the best legal support possible. And his firm had created a specialized practice area focused on financial exploitation that was setting precedents across the country. And Agent Washington had been promoted to head the FBI's Financial Crimes Division, partially based on the success of Dylan's prosecution, and he'd made romance fraud investigation a priority, training agents across the country and building partnerships with foundations like theirs to create comprehensive responses to these crimes. The network of survivors had grown to include thousands of members, people who'd experienced different types of financial exploitation, but who all shared the understanding that healing required community, that shame thrived in isolation, that speaking up was powerful even when it was terrifying. Monthly video calls connected survivors across the country, creating space for people to share their stories and ask questions and offer support. And Amara often joined these calls to listen and learn and remind herself why this work mattered. One evening during a Survivor Network call, a woman named Lisa from Oregon shared that she'd just discovered her boyfriend was using a fake identity, that she'd found evidence suggesting he was planning to steal her inheritance, that she'd remembered reading about the Bennett Survivor Foundation and had called their hotline for help. "I was so scared," Lisa said, her voice shaking through the computer speakers. "I thought maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe I was overreacting, but the person on the hotline believed me immediately. They connected me with resources and legal support. And within a week, we'd documented everything and frozen my accounts and exposed his entire operation. And Lisa, if I hadn't found your foundation, if I hadn't known that other women had been through this and survived, I might have ignored my instincts and lost everything." Stories like Lisa's were what kept Amara going when the work felt overwhelming, when the scope of romance fraud seemed impossibly large, when she wondered if they were really making a difference. Because every person they helped, every scam they stopped, every predator they exposed, that was a victory, that was justice. That was proof that survivors fighting back could change the world. The Foundation's educational programs had reached over 50,000 people in 3 years, teaching them to recognize manipulation tactics, to trust their instincts when something felt wrong, to understand that asking questions wasn't rude, when the questions were designed to protect yourself, and feedback suggested that their work was genuinely preventing crime, stopping scams before they could cause damage. They'd also launched a public awareness campaign called #TrustYourGut, that encouraged people to take their concerns seriously, even when partners or friends or family members tried to dismiss them. And the campaign had gone viral in the same way #TheAnniversary text had, creating a cultural conversation about manipulation and gaslighting and the importance of believing your own instincts. But perhaps the most significant development was the legislation they'd successfully advocated for the Financial Exploitation in Intimate Relationships Act, federal law, that made it a specific crime to use romance or marriage to systematically steal from partners with enhanced penalties for predators who targeted multiple victims or used sophisticated techniques. The law had passed with bipartisan support, because romance fraud transcended political divisions affecting people across all demographics, and when the president signed it into law, she'd invited Amara and several other survivors to the ceremony, acknowledging their advocacy and their courage. This law exists because survivors refused to be silent, the president had said during the signing ceremony. Because women like Amara Bennett and Patricia Nguyen and Michelle Torres and so many others chose to fight back instead of disappearing, chose to speak up instead of accepting shame, chose to build something beautiful from something terrible. And because of their work, future victims will have legal protections and support systems that didn't exist before. And that's what justice looks like. Standing in the Oval Office watching the president sign legislation that had grown directly from her experience with Dylan Amara, had felt overwhelming gratitude for Terrence's warning text, for Simone's investigation, for Robert's legal expertise, for every person who'd helped her fight back, and she'd understood that her parents' legacy wasn't just Bennett Tech Solutions or the $50 million she'd inherited. It was the foundation built in their name. The survivors they were helping, the change they were creating, and how society understood and responded to financial exploitation. Now, 3 years later, standing in the Foundation's headquarters surrounded by photographs of women they'd helped and programs they'd created, Amara felt something she hadn't experienced since before that Saturday night at Bellissimo restaurant. She felt hopeful about the future, excited about possibilities, ready to build new things and take new risks, and trust that not everyone who seemed charming was actually dangerous. She'd started dating again cautiously at first, with extensive background checks and slow progression and constant communication with Jada and Terrence about how things were going. And she'd learned that it was possible to be both careful and open, both protective and vulnerable, both wise from experience and willing to believe in connection. The man she was seeing now, Marcus, was a professor of ethics at the university, someone who'd attended one of the Foundation's educational programs and had approached her afterward to discuss how these issues intersected with his research on moral philosophy, and their relationship had grown slowly from professional respect to friendship to something more built on honesty and transparency and the understanding that trust was something earned rather than freely given. "You've changed the world," Marcus had said to her recently, and she'd laughed because the statement seemed grandiose, seemed to claim too much credit for work that had been done by hundreds of people. "I helped start something," she'd corrected. But the Foundation's impact is because of Patricia and Michelle and Carmen and Diana and thousands of survivors who were willing to share their stories, who were willing to fight back, who were willing to transform their pain into purpose. "You're too modest," he'd replied. "You could have disappeared after Dylan's arrest, could have taken your recovered money and rebuilt your life privately. But instead, you built a movement. You created infrastructure that will help people for generations, and that takes a kind of courage most people don't have." Maybe he was right. Maybe there had been courage in choosing to fight publicly rather than heal privately. But Amara thought it was less about courage and more about understanding that silence protected predators, that shame helped criminals, that the only way to prevent these crimes from continuing was to make them visible, to make them speakable, to make them something society took seriously rather than something victims had to hide. 26 years in federal prison meant Dylan Whitfield would be 72 before he walked free again. And by then, the world he'd known would be gone, replaced by one where women like Patricia Nguyen and Michelle Torres and Carmen Rodriguez and Amara Bennett had built something he'd never expected from his victims. Not just healing, but power. Not just survival, but legacy. The Bennett Survivor Foundation, standing as proof that predators don't get the last word when their prey refuse to stay silent. And in its first decade alone, the foundation helped 12,000 victims across all 50 states reclaim not just their money, but something far more valuable, their ability to trust themselves again, to recognize that being targeted by a professional con artist wasn't a character flaw, but a crime that deserved society's full response. And Agent Washington kept a photograph on his desk of all 37 original victims, standing together on the courthouse steps the day Dylan was sentenced, arms linked and faces showing not bitterness, but strength. And he'd tell every new FBI recruit that this was what justice looked like when victims became warriors, when survivors refused to accept shame, when people who'd been broken by predators chose to build something beautiful from the wreckage of their lives. Jada was 21 now, graduating from MIT with a degree in computer science and a patent pending for an AI system that analyzed relationship communication patterns to identify potential romance fraud before financial damage occurred. And she stood beside her mother at the Foundation's 10th anniversary celebration, asking the question that had become their mission statement a decade earlier. If bad people are this good at pretending to be good, shouldn't good people be even better at helping each other see the truth? And Amara knew in that moment that her daughter would grow up in a different world than she had, one where women protected each other instead of competing, one where red flags were acknowledged instead of explained away. One where the hashtag the anniversary text had become cultural shorthand for trusting your instincts even when love tried to convince you otherwise. And mothers across the country were teaching their daughters about the woman who'd gotten a warning text during her anniversary dinner and had chosen to fight back instead of pretending everything was fine. Teaching them that sometimes the worst moments of your life become the catalyst for the most important work you'll ever do. Teaching them that survivors don't just heal, they transform the world. And on quiet nights, when the Foundation's work felt overwhelming and the stories of new victims seemed endless, when Amara wondered if they were truly making a difference or just treating symptoms of problems too large to solve, she would remember that terrible Saturday at Bellissimo Restaurant, when her entire world shattered with a single text message, and think about how sometimes the worst thing that ever happens to you becomes the doorway to the best thing you ever build. And she'd whisper, "Thank you to Terrence for warning her to Jada, for seeing clearly when adults were blind to Robert and Simone, and Agent Washington for believing her to Patricia and Michelle, and every woman who'd chosen to speak up instead of disappear, and most of all to herself for refusing to let Dylan Whitfield's lies define her story, choosing instead to write an ending where the survivors become the heroes and the fairy tale gets rewritten with truth instead of fantasy, where a text message that said, 'Get up and go,' became the first step not toward escape, but toward revolution, and where 26 years from now, when Dylan finally walked out of prison, an old man broken by time, he would find a world transformed by the women he'd tried to destroy, a world where his name was forgotten, but theirs were remembered not as victims of a con artist, but as warriors who'd fought back and won, who'd built a foundation that would outlast any individual tragedy, who'd proven that even the most sophisticated predator could be stopped when survivors refused to stay silent and turned their collective pain into power that changed everything.